All right, so welcome. We're on session 41
Wow.
of Gaiul
That number's
Rackentha.
getting crazy to me.
Yeah.
Ugh.
We're definitely in the midst of the goings on of the campaign. Last time, the party recovered after having been attacked, ambushed even, on the peak of the Cloudbreaker Mountains. And following that, they continued to make their way down the mountains toward Matla. On the way, they broke up. The band broke up. They in fact parted ways with Jacques after Jacques was reticent to give up his 1,000 gold and noted a break in trust between the members of the group, which he identified as a problem that was not going to be able to be resolved by just chatting about it. So, you parted ways, and following Jacques' parting directions, Peshmina, Zaran, and Hasan made their way down the rest of the mountains and into Matla, following the river eventually to central Matla, which is currently in the final stages of setup before the Harvest Festival officially begins in a couple of days. In the meantime, which is where I would actually like to start this session, Loka has been hard at work in Tanara specifically, working on the grand opening of the tavern at the location that Zerga had gifted to you all to make use of. How has that been going, Loka, in general? I definitely have some further, more specific questions. But in your eyes, what has Loka been up to in this last... I think it's almost exactly 10 days, like about a 10-day of time while trying to make this place actually business ready.
I think much to everybody's surprise, Loka has actually been busy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I think the parts of it that he really wasn't able to be a part of, like the rebuilding effort, just because he's not a worker. He's their fucking boss, and has no like carpentry skills.
Yeah.
That's why he's just kind of like, come on, fix this up, do this like this. You know, just very like overwhelming manager about it.
Yeah.
But now that that's all done, you know, like he's got his employees he's got to deal with. He's got all this setup that he's got to do. He's got to make sure everybody is like knows what they're doing and is ready to go and all that kind of stuff.
Makes sense. How hands-on of a manager is Logan? You said he's more of kind of an orderer than anything else.
Well, I mean, with the workers doing the rebuilding,
like your contractors.
Yeah.
How about it when it comes to like actual employees, and what's kind of Loka's process for finding people for that?
I think that's the one thing that I'm not sure of either.
For sure.
Because is there like a newspaper? Like, how does one?
Oh yeah, for sure. Both of the Informer and the Watchtower absolutely have classifieds. If you're looking in, you could try and poach from other taverns.
Oh, that would be really funny.
Or otherwise. I think there's also another important dynamic here that is at least important to mention, which is that you have an established basement as basically covert operations for the couriers in the city.
Yeah.
Capital C couriers.
Yeah.
And I think you get the sense as you start to build up and put a lot of effort into the what's the name for cleaning something up?
Renovation?
Yeah, that's the one. The renovation of this tavern. They are interested in having something pretty down low, pretty, like, unnoticeable, and it's likely that the actual business success of this location is quietly actually in conflict with their desires for this as a location. Because they would prefer if it was profitable, but barely. Because the more people are upstairs, the more likely there is that someone who shouldn't be looking the wrong place sees something. So there's a little bit of conflict there. So you probably wouldn't want to, like, for example, I think there's definitely some suggestion from, not even necessarily Fing, like, potentially other members of the couriers who are in the area that you, like, hire within them. And all of those candidates seem like awful employees. Like, very lazy. Like, if you hired one of them as, like, a doorman, they're, like, giving people the evil eye and scaring them away from coming inside, that kind of thing. There's also just a ton of people in, Anaro, so, like, in Loka's eyes, when it comes to, you've got a few essential jobs, right?
Right, yeah.
And a secondary question for potentially the filling of those jobs, are you maintaining the rooms upstairs as being rentable, or is this just a tavern and those rooms are for, like, personal convenience?
I do think, because there's not many rooms, right? Like, there's like two.
There's
or
like
something
two.
Like that.
They're pretty big,
Yeah.
but there are basically 2 rooms.
Yeah, that's not really like an in operation then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's like convenience for employees or some other shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think that is actually going to be. I think this will specifically be a tavern.
A tavern.
In that
Got
case.
it. And I think we
Not-
discussed having it be this kind of, like, sit down, quieter, homely, like, you're not going for, like, a club atmosphere or anything like that. We're not looking for, like, dinner in a theater. We're looking for just, like, a quiet place you can sit down, have a meal, have a drink. In that case, job fillings. The important ones being, you need a good-ass bartender, you need a solid cook, and you need someone, basically an assistant to those people. Your busboy, someone who can, like, run tables, take orders, etc. That can manage those things without being behind the table. Not necessary, but optional within that is probably stuff like, just like a housekeeper. Potentially someone who, like, manages, like hiring a sub-manager, like someone who can deal with, like, wine shipments and ale shipments and making sure they're getting good product and, like, managing the location and making sure everyone's schedules are lined up, etc. Especially if you don't intend to continue doing those things.
I think that would be the person that I would have scalped.
Scalped? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to, like, find another business where someone is clearly dissatisfied with, like, their state of being.
Yeah, but also clearly does a good job at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How about you go ahead and give me, let's say perception for that.
Perception.
And I'll go ahead and give you advantage on this because you're taking your time. It's not like you're in a rush to do this.
Okay.
To try and, like, scout out a person who would be susceptible to this.
Oh, just dropped my D20 in between my legs. Hang on. All right, perception. I've actually got a really good perception. That's 18. All right, 18.
18's quite good. Yeah, I think it ends up coming down to a couple of options. So you've got this big chain, like, tavern, basically. It's like, I think it's literally just called, like, the Taverns of Tanara. And it's like this, they've got, like, 5 locations across the city. And they're clearly, like, doing well. They run a tight ship. But with your perception, you can just see that everyone in there's overworked as hell. They're definitely not upset about what they're doing. Like, they're clearly have enough pride to be doing a good job. The propaganda got to them when it came to being prideful in your workplace. But they're clearly unhappy. Like there's a lot of like, I think you hear some like, oh, today's the day I finally quit, like coming from the back of the like kitchen is the word I was looking for there. And then besides that, you have like managed to scout out this like super quiet, out of the way, like not a mom and pop shop, but it's like this tiny little tavern at the end of like not even Troll Skull Alley. It's at the end of like the Greenlight District, like places someone would get a drink after going to the theater. And it is dead. It is dead in there every single night. It is like surprising it manages to maintain business at all. But looking around, you can tell, like, okay, all these bottles are up to shape. This bartender just mixed themselves a 7-ingredient cocktail to drink themselves while they're waiting. Like, the people in here are skilled, but they're bored out of their skulls.
Yeah, I think that's... you said that, and I was like, oh, that's sexy. Like, God, do I scout these people, too?
I think that those are like the two hiring pools you find as like good candidates and can kind of like pick and choose from among them. There's additionally, you can hire from the couriers. That would definitely make the couriers happy with you, as if you hired in-house. But while that's going to make your relations with the couriers better, they're not going to be great workers.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely no way I'm hiring from the couriers.
Gotcha.
I like Loka's intent behind this is I want this to be a fully successful business.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen. You know,
for sure. Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the options that you laid out for my scouting trips are, I think, just going to be the best ones.
Yeah.
So I think that is where Loka's gonna
be hiring from,
essentially. You know, like he's gonna be going to all of these different places and seeing all these unhappy people and being like, "But you know, I feel a lot better, and we're gonna be really busy because it's a great location, and I've done all my research, so everything's gonna be really good."
Absolutely. So, let's go ahead and mechanize this a little bit. So you're looking at, hiring... Yeah, we don't need to get super granular about it. I'm going to ask for a persuasion check. For every 10 gold you spend in, like, hiring bonus offers, I'll give you +1 on that roll. For persuasion. And we'll say it is... like DC 15 for busboy, or DC, let's say DC 10 for busboy, DC 15 for bartender, DC 20 for manager. Also DC 15 for cook.
All right. So is this going to be multiple rolls then?
Yes, per.
Oh. I see. All right. Well,
additionally, I think if you get a manager, the manager can both help you get more hirees and also may be able to bring some of their staff with them.
Oh, that's funny.
Because you're looking for a good manager. Good managers tend to leave with their staff.
Yeah, that's true. Persuasion is what you said?
Yeah.
So for every 10 gold, I get another +1.
Correct.
I'm going to do 40 gold.
Okay. So you've got a +4 to that. And who are you looking to hire?
No, it'd be a +5. Because I have a
Oh, because you have
+1
+1
on
flat.
this.
Yep.
Yeah. So the manager was a DC 15.
DC 20.
Oh, fuck.
Cook and bartender are DC 15.
All right, well, let's try the manager.
All right. Do you want to spend any more money?
So this isn't going to be like overtime, right? This is just the
One-time
hiring bonus?
cost. Yeah.
Oh, the one-time cost. Oh, that's easy.
Hiring bonus. You're bribing
on.
them, basically.
Hang on, hold up. Let me see how much money I got.
Okay. Money talks?
Plus the 1,000 gold that I got from my box.
You
right?
did, in fact, get 1,000 gold in a box.
I have a lot of money right now. Because I don't think I added that.
And, well, because you said you had intended to invest that 1,000 gold into the business.
That's true.
Which doesn't mean you need to take it with you, or, like, it's not technically, like, in your inventory. It'll actually help cover, like, basically, like, payroll and rent and such for the ongoings of your business.
But it also
you could absolutely spend it right now, I think.
Yeah.
As part of this.
I mean, it's only...
If you just wanted to drop enough gold to guarantee all 4 of those rolls, I would not be opposed to it.
I want to drop enough to guarantee the manager.
The manager? So,
Yeah.
with a +1, that's just 190 gold to get a +20 to that roll.
Right.
And then you have to not roll a 1.
I think that's possible. So
that's 190 gold, hiring bonus.
Let's do 150.
150.
150. So I have to roll a 5 or higher.
So that is, yeah, so you've... If it's 150, you're +16, so you have to roll 4 or higher.
Oh, 4 or higher. Okay. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Oh my god. That was a nat 1.
It was a natural 1?
What? I was like, you're jinxing it. You're jinxing it. But I didn't want to say anything. No.
All right. So, yeah, it's
Distraught.
a little rough. I think they're just a little too... and this is representative of luck, not of effort, necessarily. I think the money scares them a little bit here. In addition to just already being busy, already having a job, needing to deal with the drama of that is enough of a pain that they're just like, I can't even consider it right now. I'm not even going to worry about it. You got another opportunity at the more quiet establishment. And you can still try and poach the others if you're interested.
Right. Well, it was the bartender at the other establishment that like made themselves a 7 cocktail.
Correct.
Cocktail, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the person I want. That's the person I want.
It also
So
looked, like I said, with the stocks of bottles, it looks well managed as well, but you have no idea whether they'd be able to handle like higher stress environments.
Right. I'm going to... Oh, that hurt. That hurt a lot. Alright, I'm going to go after that bartender. And that's DC 15.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll offer 100 gold bonus.
Sure.
For a plus, or no, 90 for a
90
plus 10.
for a plus 10.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
23.
23. On the spot, I think the bartender rolls you mixes you a cocktail as well, and then walks out the door with it with you.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Just like, oh, okay. Thank God. Like, sees the money, knows that you're not, like, bullshitting, is just like, okay, cool, where is it? Do I start working tonight? Like...
I think the answer to that is tomorrow. Like, I think Loco like spends a day hiring people.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's like, come meet at the bar tomorrow or the tavern tomorrow.
Absolutely. You know? Yeah, the bartender like kind of bored cheers you and just goes home. Just leaves the bar unattended at this quiet little tavern.
Nice. All right, so we've got the barkeep. We need servers. So did we have did we find any? Did we mention any that I could scalp or no?
Likewise, at these places, I think as the bartender leaves, the server at that establishment is just like, oh, what? Now I don't have anyone to talk to. Huh. That's just like some elvish kid running
15?
tables. Yep. For the busboy, 10.
10 for the busboy. Okay. I will put. I'll give myself a +5 in total, so 40 gold for the server.
Sure.
Because I haven't seen this person work, so. Yeah, that ain't gonna do it. That's only a 10. Or an
10?
11, rather.
11 out of 10. Busboy is only looking for 10s.
Well, sure, I'll grab the busboy then.
Yeah. They're like, oh, God. Okay, well, whatever. That's fine. They also leave.
That's the same
Haven't
work
seen the owner in weeks.
elsewhere, so,
Yeah. You know what? I'll say with enough staff, if you can either also grab this cook. You haven't tried the food, but if you can also grab this cook or poach the cook from the busier establishment, I'll give you a second shot at the manager,
Okay.
but it'll cost double per +1.
Fuck. Okay, let's go. So the cook is also 15, right?
Yep.
All right. Throwing 100.
Because if you've got
40
other
on that.
staff, then maybe a manager can be convinced.
Right, so 140 on that would be, and I have not been keeping up with the math on how much money I've spent, so
Are you just sinking this other business completely?
yeah, I hope so.
I mean, the less busy one's already sunk.
Yeah.
Ah,
The busier one, maybe, potentially.
Man, I wish I didn't spend 150 gold, or 140 gold. That was an 18 on the die plus 15, 20, 33.
33.
So,
Yeah, absolutely.
That's for the cook.
Yeah, dude, immediately. Also down. It's just like, all right.
Just walks out, leaves the burners on.
No, they practice. They do, in fact, practice good safety, which I think is a soft indicator of quality here. But, like...
I'm not just gonna let this establishment burn.
Yeah, they all leave. That is basically the 3 essential members of operations staff gone. And there's, 2 patrons there who don't even notice that all the staff has walked out. And I think you've been, scouting this place for a couple days and have never seen an owner.
Oh, I've never seen patrons?
Not an owner. Have never seen,
okay.
whoever owns and operates this establishment swing by. Clearly a very hands-off, i.e. rent seeker.
Yeah.
With that staff, like I said, I'll give you another shot. I'll tell you what, I'll give you another shot at the busier manager, who is currently in hell with all of these patrons. Given that you have staff now, either I'll let you, it'll cost 20. It'll cost 20 per, or it'll only cost 10 per, but you'll have disadvantage on the roll.
Oh, fuck. I'll take the 20 per.
The 20 per? Okay. So, sinking 380 gold for plus 19?
No. I'm gonna do, so it's a 20. I'm gonna give myself plus 10 total, so it'll be 180.
180?
Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
11 on the die.
11 on
21.
the die. It's a little bit. They get scared off by the gold. There's an individual named Hammond Craddock.
Okay.
who clearly knows what they're doing. Like, while having this conversation, you are like pushing your way into the back to talk to this manager during operations, basically. And they continue to manage this establishment flawlessly, even while having this like argumentative conversation with you. And then eventually you coming back, practically doubling the gold, and they're finally just like, they stop. They look around at the chaos around them, and there's just another patron who has gotten up to yell at a server that they're going to have to go deal with. And they're finally just like, no, you know what? Fuck this, actually. Sure, let's do your thing. And, like, throws down their, like, takes their like, badge or whatever, their little, like, name tag off, throws it down. They walk into the owner's office in the back. There is a heated conversation you can hear happen through the door. Comes back out,
God.
tells off the patron who is currently yelling at a server. Hugs the server and takes her with him out the door through the front of the establishment.
Fuck yeah.
Wow.
That is very cute.
And the next day, you have a full staff.
I was gonna say that's just my server now, right? Like
Yep.
she's here with me.
Also true. You now have
Hell yeah.
you have a busboy and a server, high tier bartender and a cook and a manager.
I'm also gonna give the server 10 gold
Sounds good.
as a sign on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll put the manager's. I'll put his name. He comes to work the next day way more put together than he was the previous night. He's got a much nicer dress shirt on. Looks like an older elf, actually. Has lived long enough to actually get some age, some years on his face. And is, like, clearly very excited for a change of pace. Yeah. And that's kind of how management goes. The couriers are a little upset that you didn't go with any of their choices, but they don't seem too don't seem too scuffed about it, all things considered.
They got an entire basement out of me for free.
This is true. And they don't even have to come through the front entrance. Just keep swimming underwater. It's fine. All right.
Like, I have to run a successful fucking operation here. You have your own shit. Nothing's gonna get in the way of anything else. Just calm down.
Then, yeah, in the lead up to opening days, you're doing some training, you're getting everyone acquainted with each other, you're figuring out how operations are going to work. How much effort are you putting into, like, marketing, basically, like, kind of raising awareness for this tavern?
I think Loka probably enlists the staff on one day, like, after we figure out what our menu is.
Sure.
We, like, hit the town with samples and shit.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'm going to make a skill check for the cook and the bartender to see how good they are. Both of which high skilled. When it comes to this work specifically.
I'm not about to Yojimbo this bitch either, though. So,
so good skill, not medium rolls. The samples are certainly good. You're definitely garnering some attention. I think the vast majority of the people you actually manage to attract are the other people in Troll Skull Alley. Like the other patrons who are actively interested in, like, supporting another local business. The people who, like, came up to you when the whole party was still in Tanara, happy to hear that the old Troll Skull Manor was, like, actually getting turned into something again. Do you have a name for the tavern, by the way?
I do, and I have just landed on my first thought, which I think is just the best. So it's going to be called the Dragon's Horde.
The Dragon's Horde, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. The bartender puts together a drink called the Mimic. That is like a like topped bitter drink that, like, starts super strong bitter and then goes very sweet after a couple seconds of drinking it. And the cook makes, as the handouts, makes cookies in the shapes of little golden coins.
Oh, that's excellent.
Or like biscuits. But yeah, and then before long, it is probably nearing opening day. How confident is Loka feeling about this goings on?
Oh, I think very confident.
Very confident. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
He's got good staff. He's... the place looks nice. We know the food's good. We're all, like, I think he's very... He's ready for this.
Ready for this? Awesome.
Yeah. He's also gonna put on a display. I think he's gonna either pay for a fire breather.
Ooh.
Or he's gonna learn how to do it himself. I don't know which.
Let's say for a guild a guild licensed fire breather, a well skilled street performer, basically.
Yeah,
you're probably looking at like not too much. We're talking like 15 gold for the night, and that's like you're getting like top tier circus quality fire breather.
Okay, I'm taking
and all
that
the
out of my
licensing
personal funds.
Yeah,
because absolutely 15 gold done.
An extra 5, and they'll teach you how to do it.
Also done.
Excellent. Sounds great.
Done.
Then, yeah. As the day approaches, it is actually even the following day for the grand opening. As we cut back to Central Matla, as Hasan, Peshmina, and Zoran, as well as the Phoenix, have managed to finally arrive in Central Matla after several days of journeying. As said before, festival preparations are starting. It looks like it's going to be a couple days until everything's actually finished. As you kind of arrive and stand around, let's say it's early afternoon, what is the plan?
Wow, I can't believe we're here. I wonder what Loka's doing. No. That's a good question.
I think we understand that we don't understand that it is opening day for Loka, right? There wasn't something...
You knew that it was fairly soon.
Yeah.
But there was a chance if you'd taken the longer route, you were probably likely to miss it. You know that it's soon. I don't think you've done... You and Loka have had a ton of communication back and forth lately. I wouldn't be surprised if Loka's just been very busy, frankly.
We've all been busy.
We've all been busy with
different ways.
Various things.
And Hasan, I guess... Since Hasan has decided that he never gets to rest, has a tiny little bit of legwork to do. I think, first of all. So first of all, in Tanara, in everywhere. In Tanara, because Tanara is just the city, the triplet city, right? That's just the name.
Central Matla.
Central Matla.
Central Matla. Okay.
The Central Matla is the kind of effectively a city of the meeting of the three regions, those being Toch, Fandil, and Guard. But it is effectively a united city. It's the closest thing Matla has to a capital.
Okay. So I guess first things first, are there, like, as far as churches go, are there 3 separate, I'm guessing this has like a central church or something, a central cathedral or how's that?
When Loka had that curse upon him the lycanthropy curse. Pashmina had mentioned that Guard worships Naya. And upon entering, like, more into Central Matla, it would probably be pretty clear that Toch worships Bahamut. But there doesn't seem to be anything for Fandil. It's not clear yet what Fandil has going on, spiritually, if anything.
Okay. In that case, his son's just in that case going around asking for local doctors of good repute right now.
You are almost universally directed to the Temple of Bahamut, which is actually fairly nearby. It is one of the larger establishments within Central Matla.
It's like you see all these sort of 2 to 3 story buildings, and then there's just a random 5-6 story building.
You got the Cathedral Notre Dame amidst a bunch of smaller little.
Very much so.
Kinda.
It is gilded. It has gold inlay. It clearly had a lot more funding than a lot of the buildings that are built around it. It is hard to miss. Do what you will with that information. I believe we mentioned that Zoran is just excited to be here.
Honestly, yeah.
Zoran, how do you feel about, squash? Pumpkin specifically.
I don't think... That's a lie. They probably had it before, but, it's more of a rarity.
Mm-hmm.
So I honestly... I think they're confused by the concept of having so many dishes, involving it.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many different ways to cook it.
The
It's
idea
I thought there was only one.
They're trying to wrap their head around, just pumpkin spice, personally. Because pumpkin spice doesn't taste like pumpkin.
We can't hear you, Eli, but I don't think we could for a while there.
Okay, yeah, sorry. My laptop, I didn't realize my laptop wasn't plugged in, and it turned off.
No.
Ah,
So yeah.
welcome back. And no worries.
I'm just resetting things. What did I miss in the past couple seconds?
Did you hear the description of the Temple of Bahamut?
It cut off pretty soon after you started talking.
So there is, in fact, a Temple of Bahamut. It is definitely, when you are asking for healers, that is very much where people are pointing you to, in particular. You are very familiar with... Bahamut is probably the most prevalent deity across all of Rackentha, as the glorious platinum dragon whose priests are of life and light, famed healers across the nation. And the temple is very hard to miss. It is enormous, it is gilded, it is a pretty big standout, easy to find if you want to. We've additionally been discussing Zoran's feelings and interactions about squash.
I'm sure they're having a good time having some spaghetti squash or something.
Ooh, I hadn't even thought about, squash sketty.
I love spaghetti squash.
It's so good. It's so good.
God, what was I thinking?
Oh my god.
Right. So, in that case, Hason is going to pay a visit to the Temple of Bahamut then, and look to introduce himself to, I don't know, I'm not guessing one of the, I don't want to say a secretary, I want to say someone who looks like they are organized, they are at the help desk or something like that.
Sure.
That kind of person.
You're looking for people who are kind of your public contact.
Yes.
For sure. All right. Well, then, in fact, if you would like to go on an expedition to the Temple of Bahamut, let's go ahead and change boards. Or would you like to be accompanied by your companions? Or otherwise, what are Peshmin and Zoran up to?
I think Peshmina's probably following ? Up to you.
I mean, if
You
y'all
seem set on this.
I mean, that's up to you. Heisan didn't particularly plan to make you two tag along with him. He thought you two would probably be doing something adventuring in Vendil, but adventure.
I think Peshmina's as excited as she is. She's also trying to figure out, like, okay, like, ooh, like, this is all very fun and exciting. We still need to, like, I don't know, take care of things, and maybe find a place to stay, or maybe, I mean,
Oh,
I'm
okay then.
still get in
Heisan,
touch with our friends.
in that case, Heisan will probably, you can then, I mean, Heisan has use for Pashmina then. Like, Pashmina, the Rose Groves are not an unnotable family by any means, correct?
No, if anything, I mean, so they definitely have a soft amount of influence, but it's not the same as, like, nobility, right? Like, these are farmers we're talking about, like artisans, basically.
This is your local owner of the farm commune. Good, big and influential in their niche.
Pretty much.
Respected.
Like, they would be respected, but not taken, like, seriously. Like, they don't have political power. They don't have, like, sway over anything.
People just might recognize their name.
But they would be liked, is kind of how I would put it. And yeah, people would know, like, the Rose Grove, like, brand.
Okay then. So, I guess fine. Pashmina tag along. I don't know what Zeron's doing. Zeron may tag along as well if they so desire.
Honestly, they probably will, just because A, new area that they're not really familiar with. B, they were just ambushed, like, a night ago.
Separated.
Yeah.
I think
Being separate is probably not the best idea right now.
I think Pashmina feels similarly about being separated.
Yeah.
Pretty reasonable to stick together, yeah.
Zeron will join them.
Alright, in that case, Heisan is going to, I guess, approach the other person. Approach a new person, I guess.
Absolutely. I think the first person, as tends to happen in temples like these, you enter and there is someone who takes notice and kind of comes over to see what they can help you with, especially the three of you. They are a kind of stout but hearty halfling man with a broad smile and the typical raiments. The interior of the temple, at least in the small entryway, is fairly grand. There is a large marble carved statue of Bahamut that appears to have been flecked with little gold inclusions all throughout it, kind of giving off this not quite gold, not quite silver, clearly going for a platinum sheen vibe. And they kind of he walks up to the three of you and is like, hello, what can we help you with today? You all look like you may be in some need of assistance.
In a sense, yes. We were hoping if I could perhaps, can we perhaps have a meeting with possibly one of your healers, perhaps one more inclined on the organizational side of the management and organizational side of this establishment.
I'd like to say that I'm appropriately both. I'm the head priest of Bahamut here, Broxley Fairkettle.
Wonderful.
And likewise consider myself a fairly skilled healer, if you should so have the aptitude. Do you all look injured, by the way, still? Are any of you sustaining currently? It's been several days.
Yeah.
Not outwardly in a meaningful way.
All right. Does not look immediately very concerned.
We've long rested since, correct?
Several times, yes.
Okay, because my health's still down. I'm like, wait, did we not?
You did.
Let me fix that. Let me fix that now. Thank you.
All right. In that case, someone say, "Oh no, we are not in need of any healing. Forgive me, I should introduce myself. My name is Heisan. I am a scholar abroad, let's say, from the Greater Phasia area. I'm here visiting briefly for a few days.
Oh, wonderful.
And-
Hey, we've all sorts in town for the festival.
Yes, and among the other things I've been documenting have been reports have been I don't want to troubling reports of common sickness seen across the Phasia in response to
Good thinking.
in response to shifting levels of magic within shifting levels of positive and negative magics within the areas affected. I was just hoping if I could ask you a couple questions, perhaps see if any of the patterns that me and my colleagues have observed have repeated in this area.
Oh, please do. Actually, let's go somewhere a little bit more comfortable if you'd like to have a more elongated conversation. Would you mind if I got all of your names? And kind of looks to Peshmina and Zoran.
Peshmina.
Peshmina.
Zoran the Extravagant, an honor to meet you, acquaintance.
A title! That's exciting.
Very
I
extravagant bow, because let's be real, they haven't done their full title in a hot minute. In a minute.
Every chance.
Every time Zoran does their full title. I don't know why.
Happy to make all of your acquaintances. Once again, Broxley Fairkettle. Nice to meet all of you. Here, come. And we'll guide you a little bit deeper into the temple. It looks like this is not actually a temple designed for... This is not a... synagogue is the word that I'm coming up with. That's not the word
Like a congregational
I'm looking for.
type.
Yeah, this is not a congregational hall. This is not somewhere that people give sermons. It clearly seems to be somewhere that's a little bit more interested in meditation, self-reflection, conversation, education. It's more of a place to sit and talk and discuss and meditate. They're not looking to proselytize in the same way that you may see in other similar temples. Additionally, while walking through one of the main halls, you note that there is actually a teleportation circle, the runes etched in, set into a little portion of the main foyer. It's a little bit set to the side. It does not appear to be fully... it's not like it's in the middle of everything, but accessible. As they guide you to a kind of like set of small couches, kind of all facing each other in a bit of a square, such that you could have a conversation with a small group of people, and sits down and kind of like gestures for the three of you to do likewise.
Sorry, this is an unrelated question. Is the teleportation circle available for public use?
Oh, if you have the aptitude for it, sure.
Oh.
If you intend to bring any significant quantities of people in or out, we'd appreciate a missive. It is a little disruptive if suddenly there are a dozen, for example, some sort of wizard class arriving all at the same time in the middle of a quiet study meeting. But if it's just a few of you and respectful, it's not a problem.
Noted. Thank you.
Spoken from experience.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this has happened too many times.
I guess Heisan will sit down, open up his notebook, and says, "So, as a practiced arcanist, although of a different nature than most, I'm assuming you are at least somewhat aware of the ideas of positive and negative energy, negative outputs when it comes to that magic, correct?"
I am, yes.
Yeah.
Very intimately, given our domain.
Good. Well, that is good. So, in recent years, a colleague of mine, of one Astior, a wizard, and his own band of colleagues have been observing a pattern around the greater area of not Gaiul, Rackentha. Large outputs of what were previously positive bits of magic have been slowly turning negative, flipping, so to say, before simply disappearing. And while this, of course, is a curiosity by its own, there have also been reports, and some that we have observed, in regarding to a sort of malaise that follows or that precedes or follows it. This malaise is usually shows up as a sort of sickness or unrest, usually within wildlife, plant life, and within your average folk themselves, manifesting almost behaviorally. We have observed within the Fae small, giant worms whose aggression has been heightened by this flipping. We have observed the similar in the wildlife of the Nazca to a smaller degree as well. I was wondering if you had perhaps, and further, some necrotic infection as well. Some people sort of seemingly to age as though their body is simply shutting down. Have you observed within any patients in the past, perhaps 6 months, perhaps a year more, showing any symptoms like increased unrest, increased temperament, anything of the sort?
Haven't encountered, though we do have some members who have in the long past dealt with similar necromantic infections, conditions, otherwise. It has not happened in recent memory, in at least my living memory. Although the symptoms you described, the unrest, the seeming community disquieting, we've been receiving some concerning messages from one of our sister temples to the north in Brodor that would match that description.
Writing that down. In Brodor, would you happen to know, is this a sister temple in a major city, perhaps an area?
It's the temple just at the western edge of Brodor, that being near. Oh, it's been so long since I've visited. Near Salamir, I think.
Oh, Salamir, wonderful. That helps a lot. It will create a difference. I will be sure to visit that location as well. So, do you know anything more, or is that the extent of your knowledge so far?
Our correspondence has been inconsistent as of late, so I can't say I have much more to tell you on that front, but I can attempt to keep a lookout at, see if any of our own residents here in Matla display any similar signs. Heisan, correct?
Yes.
I'll be sure to send you a letter should such a need arise, or if it's more urgent, I can message you directly.
That is most appreciated. We'll write that down. What else mostly that was just what Heisan came to ask.
Are you all in town for the festival, or maybe to ensure that the festival is not sullied by this potential outbreak, pandemic? What is this? You said it's an ongoing concern in the Phasia. That's a long way off from here.
A combination of things.
Its activities of the threads we follow are numerous, and they span across the continent, and it is very complicated.
Sounds exciting, at least.
I guess as a more broad, overarching question, have you noticed anything unusual here specifically? just within the past couple of months?
Well, there's talk. There's the matters of the referendum.
Right.
And kind of looks to the three of you and goes, "Are you? You'd mentioned that you were from the Phasia." Kind of nods at Hassan and kind of looks by association Zoran, given the way that Zoran tends to be dressed. But more toward Peshmina. Are any of you residents of Matla?
Technically, yes. I think she looks a little uncertain herself. I mean, Fandil is my homeland.
Well, good to hear. Then I'd say you should speak with your representative, Arbiter, or if you have family, speak to them further about that, as it is going to be... I'm a bit worried it may sully the mood of the festival, but persevere. We'll see how it goes. But
Wait, so do you know what the referendum is about, then?
I do, but we're... With the coordination of the Arbiters, we're doing our best to maintain that conversation within the bounds of those concerned, the residents of Matla, and thus do not wish to cause undue concern to any visitors coming in for the festival.
You see a twitch in Hassan like he wants to say something about that. But he doesn't. Well then, I suppose we will not bother you about it. As concerning as that, and as concerning as your hesitance sounds, let something out.
Speak with those whomst you are among. I'm sure the cat will be out of the bag soon enough, and even sooner should you talk to any family you have. I'm sure.
I guess. Okay. Does not look particularly comforted.
But aside from that business, well, all's as it usually is, frankly. The three regions maintain their various trades. Everyone across Matla seems to have had a good harvest this year. We're not experiencing any sort of drought. I don't believe we're anticipating particularly strong autumn or winter storms.
What? How does Matla treat adventurers and mercenaries and swords for hire in general? How is that looked upon by the Arbiters and the society at large, if I may ask?
I think it's largely it's a little hard for you to get a sense of that immediately without asking. I think Peshmina, you would have a better sense of that in general.
I would have some idea.
And I think that frankly, the greater opinion is just why are you here? Right? There's just kind of people aren't hostile towards adventurers, and people know that they're sometimes necessary. Sometimes you have a ward in the mountains and needs to be taken care of.
You had asked Peshmina about well, why aren't there more guards around? And it's just well, what for? I think it would be the same kind of attitude of why would we need adventurers?
I think depending on where you
Arbiters.
are,
Why would we need
yeah. I don't think Arbiters would care over much. I think some older residents would be reminded of the deafening war that effectively forged Matla, and probably look on anyone openly carrying banners of mercenary houses or guilds with some amount of distaste. But, like, individual... And those being, like, mercenary companies, people who are looking to get hired into a standing army, would probably be taken with less hospitality. Adventurers, much less so. Adventurers are more kind of out here on their own, doing their own thing. Neither praised nor frowned
Maligned.
upon. Yeah.
Alright. And another but mostly insignificant question. We aren't the first band of I want to say travelers from afar in some time, have we? Besides simple traders.
Oh, all sorts come to Central Matla. But I don't know. What sorts of adventurers are you speaking of? What sorts of individual bands are you speaking of?
Mercenaries, swords for hire, the like.
Can't say they got much work around here, so.
Yes.
Perhaps groups in red robes.
Not that I can remember. Well, for a while, there used to be a group. I think they're staked in the mountains. Who came around fairly frequently. They're interested in some amount of isolated schooling, education, kind of teaching their way of life. But we haven't seen many of them around in Central Matla for some time now.
Out of curiosity, how long ago was this?
Last I saw one was maybe a few years back, maybe 16, 17 seasons.
I see. That's understandable. Thank you. Well, thank you for your time.
Of course.
I have no more questions. Zoran, Pashmina?
Oh, no, I think that's,
Here, if there's anything
Over.
you should need, we do actually, for the festival, if you're interested in getting in a little bit early, we do actually have some Bahamut charms, if you wish to feel a little bit more protected during the festivities. And kind of like gestures towards one of the doorways where they have this kind of like shelf display with a little donations box next to it and all these little like necklaces with a little marble platinum dragon hanging off of it. I know it's a bit kitsch, but and people who come in for the festival love this kind of thing, so I figured it might be a good way to get some donations for the temple.
As Heisan starts standing up to go, we'll actually pause for 1 second and say, actually did have another question. Pashmin and Zoran, you can leave without me if you would like. I'd like to ask this gentleman another question on my own, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh. Raises an eyebrow, but,
If you insist.
yeah. See you outside in a moment?
Oh, of course.
I think Pashmina will drop, 1 silver into the donation box, but doesn't charm.
Gotcha.
Um,
There's a pleasant
me.
clink in the box.
And as soon as they're done, Heisan will say, forgive me for asking. I also find myself in a situation and in need of certain components for a ritual. Rather expensive incense required.
No, we have very similar needs. I won't be able to provide you from our storehouses, but I can absolutely guide you to the correct place to get those things.
I would genuinely appreciate that.
Absolutely. I think if you head just a bit down the way, there's a magical trinkets and such shop. They restock much of our uses, as well as any traveling arcanists, wizards, the like. You're looking for an Ulcoria stone marrow?
Ulcoria stone marrow. Have we heard that? I feel like I've heard that name before.
Not that I'm familiar with.
Storm
I don't
marrow,
recognize them, I'll tell you that
bone,
much.
like bone marrow, storm marrow.
Correct, stone marrow.
Okay.
Dwarven lady, jet black hair, enormous beard, very well braided.
Alright. Wonderful.
She's just down the road.
Oh, okay. So I will pay her a visit then. Thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely. I swear she'll be happy to see another face. I think we're 90% of her business.
And his son will take his leave, and as soon as he's outside, we'll tell him, I have a few personal errands to run. I don't mean to simply disappear on you. You can enjoy yourself as you will. I have a few errands to get done. Is that alright?
On your own? Will you be able to find your way around?
Oh, I'm sure I will. I have wings. I can fly from above if need be.
Sometimes I don't know why I keep forgetting that. Just kind of looks between Heisan and Zeron, just like, this is weird, but I don't want to be negative, I guess.
Shrug.
And if you want to go along, then that's... We've got our sending stones, I guess.
Of course, if you need me for anything, just simply send me a little psychic nudge. I'll see you both in a bit. Enjoy yourselves. And his son will begin trying to follow the directions of the head priest to the little magic component place.
Absolutely. Just for fun, go ahead and give me a perception check.
See if Heisan immediately gets lost.
No, I think this is for something else.
Perception or survival?
Perception 21.
21. It is a little bit of a hole in the wall. It is not. It's not exactly like highly branded, and it is a little buried in all of the festival construction going on at the moment. But you step into a little dimly lit shop that smells deeply of incense. And do in fact see a black-haired dwarven woman sitting behind a desk surrounded by spell components. There's actually a large variety of bird skeletons that have been pinned to like the walls in various configurations, typically with some kind of bundle of burning herb hanging directly below it.
Can I do like an Arcana or nature or some kind of check to know what those are for?
Absolutely, if you would like to. Yeah, Arcana.
That is going to be a 25.
25. This is some very traditional witchcraft wizardry.
Very.
These are like some pretty strong traditions of dwarven witches in particular. And the like wards are actually very practical for a shopkeep. They are like wards against scavengers conceptually, but you get the sense that there is actually genuinely some level of enchantment on this shop that may be preventing people from even noticing that it's there and or entering it if they have foul intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
And looking around at the merchandise and it being unassuming, but you being able to tell how much it costs, that makes a lot of sense.
His son just takes a look at the bird skeletons and says, "If I didn't know what those were for, I'd be rather disturbed."
It's nothing personal, darling.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
It's nothing personal, darling.
I
assure you the likeness is entirely coincidental. Unless you mean me ill will, in which case, it's an omen.
I'm guessing you haven't read the history of the Phasian revolts.
I have not.
Some rather grisly tales. Some rather grisly tales. Not ones suitable for your young class.
I apologize to have brought up any
No
unanticipated
worries.
memories.
Oh, no worries. That was long ago. Although it is surprising to see such traditional witchcraft. It's surprising to see such traditional witchcraft in this day and age. Although
I do my best. It's how to keep a bit of the mountains in the center, in the fields, you know.
No. Former resident of a mountain enclave.
Yes, my clan used to be part of the Cloudbreaker Mountains. They moved. I decided to move without them.
No. Resident. I understand. I grew up in the mountains myself. I understand wishing to get away from them. Although I wouldn't assume your intentions. Forgive me. My name is Kaisan. I was referred to this place by the head priest of Bahamut.
My best customer.
Yes, in regards to... I had asked about some rather rare incense. They directed me right here. I was hoping if I could find some... And Hasan will just... No, ones that are specifically, let's see, what kind of magic is legend lore? Is that specifically divination?
The spell type?
Yeah.
I believe so. Let's see here.
It doesn't even say that.
It just says incense.
Oh, divination. Divination.
Yeah, spell type is divination.
Yeah, specifically some incense in regard used in divination rituals, the like.
Ah, yes, absolutely. That which we have I can sell, that which we don't have I can make.
Oh, of course. I'd be looking for specifically a few, about 250 golds worth.
Absolutely. Is that all you want, or would you like to stock up?
For now, I only need the few.
Absolutely. She will immediately move to a larger vessel. I think a large kind of ceramic vase, and slowly pull the lid off of it and begin scooping it onto a scale to weigh it out for you. As you see a dusting of fragrant incense. Anything else I can do for you?
Yes. Right. I forgot the other essential components. A few strips of ivory, something, again, fairly expensive.
I know the kind.
Good.
As she weighs out the incense and puts it into a actually very nice little walnut case for you with a little clasp on it, and then we'll retrieve the strips of ivory, each of them carved with runes. These ones are dwarven. You're familiar with any runes will do for this kind of ivory strip, but these ones, it looks like she clearly made herself.
Very fine craftsmanship on these. I can see why you're frequented.
Thank you. It's sometimes hard to get my work out and about, but every once in a while we do get visitors from the surroundings, so easy enough.
Where are the Cloudbreaker Mountains again?
They're the ones you just crossed.
Oh, right, they are the ones we just...
Between Motlin and Aro.
And forgive me, but I know you were only from the Cloudbreaker Mountains, but no interesting news as of late from... any interesting news as of late from family in regards to the mountains?
Don't have much contact, so can't say that I've heard much.
Oh, of course, forgive me. we're just passing over them. We were just passing over them. Rather terrible storms as of late.
I see.
Yes. And knowledges of treasure and rumors of treasure hunters to the south. But figured I'd only ask. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm sure I will see you again at some other time.
Yes, come back anytime. Yes, and extends a hand for the gold.
Oh, yes. Oh, I nearly forgot. Forgive me.
You are forgiven.
That'd be 600. Wait, how much was it?
So 250 and then an extra 200, so 450 total.
450, perfect.
And she will throw in an additional charm, just a little amulet that appears to be lightly enchanted. You're not necessarily sure with what immediately.
Alright, I should just add a
Just a little something for the road.
Oh. Thank you very much. Heisan is going to do a quick tap identify on it.
It's just an amulet of luck. It gives you good fortune. Mechanically, you can tap it for 1 luck point. And just once. You just get to do that once at any point when you want to. But
that's very good. Oh, I like that. I like the idea of having the lucky feet as a charge, as a little item charge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure this will come in handy. Thank you. Good. Oh, and fuck, I already forgot. What is it that I had meant to ask? Oh, right. Forgive me to ask. You have not, have you not registered with Carthax's Arcane Couriers, perchance?
Oh, I have, in fact. That's how I'm trading a non-zero amount of goods nowadays.
Good. Then, if in the future I had need of your stock again, would it be acceptable to order and purchase through Carthax's?
Yes, as long as it's not... I keep your purchase under 300 gold.
I shall do so.
Shipping costs get a little egregious at that point.
Also, not entirely familiar with the area. Would you happen to know of any high points, nice tall hills within or without of this, or just on the outskirts of the city?
You can get to the higher towers of Temple of Bahamut and get quite a nice view of the surrounding area.
I was hopefully something a bit more isolated.
More isolated. There are hills if you climb some of the larger trees. Unfortunately, much of the area is actually rather flat. More rolling hills than any kind of crags. The mountains nearby are probably the highest points you can get to, but are significantly further outside of the mainland. So.
Alright, son. Alright, have a great day.
Absolutely. Yourself as well.
Yeah. And
she waves a little bit, a burning bundle of herbs on a string as you leave.
That is great. Now I have my magical components. And now all I guess Heisan has to do is wait for, evening, because I've decided that Heisan's going to do this in the evening. What time is it right now?
You arrived early afternoon, so it's probably firmly mid-afternoon at this point.
Alright. Then Can Heisan just start asking around for nice, scenic hilltops, like a nice place where someone will go outside to spend a day?
Sure, yeah, there are a few places around that, you get directed to a few different, just hills nearby.
Okay.
There's one on the Fendilish third of of Central Matla, just outside of kind of the further reaches of Central Matla that are called Handhold Point.
Oh. Sorry, no, it just sounds like one of those, the place in one of those silly teen dramas, hey, you want to head to Handhold
Point?
I cannot tell you how many places are like this in all of Fandil. There's probably hundreds of these.
Not exactly.
You do have to pass through Lovers Plaza to get to Handhold Point.
I was about to say there.
Okay, so as Hasan is going to this place, how many couples is he passing? What's the makeup of the
Some,
people here?
certainly. You get the sense that, like, again, people are really busy right now. But, like, just kind of passing through, like, Lovers Plaza in particular, it's this nice big stonework and, like, a flat area. You already see that someone is setting up, like, a musical stage for performance here. It's definitely set up for, like, drinks and dancing. Definitely going to be kind of a party center for the upcoming festival. And it seems like a very romantic area. It seems like a very nice place to hang out, all things considered. And then far past that, once you get to the outer reaches of Central Matla, you do see a hill with a lone tree at the top of it.
Oh, wonderful. Hasan will with his 9 constitution 9 constitution and -1 in athletics and +1 in athletics, will slowly trudge up the hill to the top, and with the scene in the background, he's going to set up his how long? I think Legendor is an hour long.
10 minutes.
10 minutes is gonna set up his little 10-minute ritual to do.
Absolutely. We will get back to that quickly. Peshminans are on. What are you up to for the little time that you're left alone?
I feel like
Smooching.
I mean, if you want,
Stop.
point fingers together.
Do you want to go to Handhold Point?
Oh my god. I feel like Peshmina's a little bit bemused. It's like, okay, well, Jacques gone. Hasan just up and left. It's just like, we didn't even have to ask to, like, but also, what are we doing? Like, I'm almost wondering if, sorry, the question for the DM, just because I don't personally remember. Sense of distance between here and the winery itself?
Probably like half a day's travel.
Oh, okay.
Luckily, as most things, it's not on the river, it's more centrally located in Fendiel, but you're on some good roads, and Matla as a whole is not altogether too large. Or any given region of Matla is not particularly large.
Right.
Matla as a whole is then larger. Yeah, about half a day's travel.
I mean, so I know we just got here, but I'm thinking it might actually be a good idea to just get to the winery as soon as possible. I mean, if what that priest said was true about the referendum.
I mean, I'm fine with that. Is it a far travel from here?
Oh, not really. I mean, it is half a day, but...
Oh, that's not bad at all.
I guess if we...
Go on, please, my dear.
I was just gonna say that if the sooner, maybe we could even make it tonight, but I don't know if that's asking too much.
If you left now, you'd probably get there in like the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow morning then.
That's fine. The festival is supposed to be happening soon, though, yes?
Oh, yes. I figured we'd probably come back.
Oh, then that's fine.
It's not unusual for the winery to have a presence here, even, so... at least during the festival. I mean, all the businesses are coming out in droves, so...
And I don't see a problem giving your family an extra few hands.
I guess that's one way of looking at it. In the meantime, There's no shortage of inns. Do you want to look around and pick a place for the night?
I'd be happy to.
I think at this
And-
exact moment,
Oh no. Go on.
all three of you get a letter. Cordially inviting you to the grand opening of the Dragon Horde Tavern.
Aww.
Oh, that's adorable.
Like right now. Does it say
Tomorrow,
when?
probably like tomorrow.
Tomorrow
I
evening.
Oh,
assume.
tomorrow.
Okay.
I just think it's a good timing because you're like, let's find a tavern.
Yeah.
Here's one.
By the way.
Okay, I see. In that case, over Sitting Stones, to Hason. Did you just get this same letter?
Yes, I did. If you're interested, I am indeed interested in attending, and you?
You just cut out?
Oh, I just cut out. You said, yeah, I just got the same letter. A little on the nose. A little on the nose, given our association with our employer, but his choice, not mine.
We had just been talking about finding an inn for the night, but I think maybe we just teleport back to Nara for the evening? Does that make sense?
No. That makes sense, although that will take a little bit of effort. Tell you what, I am currently at a place called Handhold Hill. I will be here for another bit or so. Afterwards, you can meet me in the plaza down below, and we can discuss how to return.
Oh, well, we would just use the teleportation circle in the temple, no?
Yes, but that well,
Relevant to that, potentially, is that there are priests available to help you. They can help people use the teleportation circle. They'll do the actual casting of the spell for you if you request it. You do not have to necessarily kill a small creature in the Temple of Bahamut in order to use the teleportation circle.
Okay, thank God. I was worried, like, all right, time to do a nice little bit of hunting. Let's purchase some livestock. Don't...
Oh, is that here for the festival? Excellent. Snap.
Jesus.
Can you just look, I understand you're preparing a feast and all. Can you just lend me the blood after you're done with it? I need it for a project.
Can I just borrow that chicken real quick? I'll give it back after, I promise.
Listen, I already have the poster board for the project. I just need the material.
Okay.
Anyhow.
Awesome. So, is that the end of your scene? Should I?
I think the last thing is just Peshman asks, so what you doing on Handhold Hill?
I'm not. Errands. Dude, don't worry about it.
Is that what they're calling it these days?
Deep
has to run lots
sigh.
of errands.
Just a deep sigh from a son.
I mean, good for you. No judgment here. I'm just a little upset that you didn't offer to go with me. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to put this stone down. I need to clear my chest.
I love you too, darling.
Shut up.
Oh. We're just writing on his own now.
Yeah. So I assume you are going to be casting Legend Lore?
Yeah, he has a specific
way to do this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. First, he takes a single. I guess he's going to take a single page of paper, just a loose piece of paper, and performance of creation in a hammer and nails, and will one by one nail the four corners into the ground, and then pour a tiny little bit of ink on the page, just a few drops. Then and then he'll form a little within the dirt. He'll start drawing a couple of lines, placing down the pieces of ivory on each long end of the page. And then with the incense is already powder, correct? It's not an incense.
Correct.
stick. We'll use prestidigitation to heat it up, and we'll begin slowly with when the wind starts blowing, like spreading it like you would spread somebody's ashes.
Hmm.
And we'll say, "O old wind, patron of our people, they who gave us our charge, they who watches, listens, they who waits, they who from their tempestuous perch have seen the beginning, and from their perch will see the end. A veil of darkness has placed itself between me and what I seek. I humbly ask that you share your sights with me." And that's the whole ritual, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. The wind howls, and you see as the incense scatters on the page in patterns, mixing with the ink and kind of flitting through the breeze, and as it does so, it reveals patterns, and those patterns become letters, become words, become sentences.
Isam will just speak the name. I seek knowledge on the Jinn known as Emra. Their name is a secret. Their true name a secret to all. Their history unknown. Their past shrouded. An self-proclaimed author, virtual puppet master. I don't know.
Absolutely. You get the wiki lore page for Emra, effectively. You get a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to tell you this less formally, because I think it is more useful to do so. You get several things. The first in regards to names, and such that you now know that Emra has actually gone by many names. Whenever using proper nouns, Emra, but also the director, the author, the editor, and the critic, all at different points in time, has taken on many pacts and is a frequent bestower of pact magic upon, I think the legend goes, unwitting recipients. Especially those with great potential for personal drama. There is a note that Emra is not, for the most part, a deceiver. They are uninterested in trapping their pacted individuals in pacts, but rather simply fulfilling what is unfortunately a fairly vague request across all of their patrons. Legend goes that between all of their patrons, the thing that Emra wants most out of them is a good story, and all good stories must have a good ending. Unfortunately for those who take them on as a patron, good is intensely subjective in the eye of the critic, the author, and the director. And unsurprisingly, Emra has a penchant for tragic endings, but has been known to enjoy other such endings as revenge, as great triumph, great accomplishment, the heroic deed, and also of twists. If somehow those are fulfilled, it has been said that the author would be as satisfied as they are typically with their most common favorite ending, the tragedy. You also get that legend goes that they have had potentially hundreds of pacted individuals, most of which continue to wander the lands of Rackentha and beyond to this day, mostly as animals.
Ah. Countless. Well,
Such the legend goes.
Well, I suppose my worries were not unsubstantiated. His son will fold up the paper, put it in his pocket. I suppose I have more research to do. And he will begin making his way down the hill then.
Absolutely. Before we finish off on that, we're going to add a little bit more to this spell that Hassan will not get until they look at this page again. But the words will continue flowing slightly. Do you, Hassan/Eli, I'm going to give you a couple questions in addition to that, if you are interested.
Of course, I am interested very much.
And by a couple, I mean exactly 2.
Alright, so as in questions, as in me questions for you, or you questions for me?
You questions for me that I will answer truthfully and to the best of my ability.
Do texts about Emra's patrons exist? And, well, where are there... God. I guess simply, where can more be found about Emra?
There is very little, and you know that as a result of Emra and elementals as a whole coming from very oral tradition. The part of the reason it is as hard as it is to track down legend about Emra is that Emra does not leave a trace other than what they know and tell. And their past patrons, who, most of which aren't much for talking anymore.
Past patrons.
Or patrons. Pacted. Warlocks.
Past warlocks.
Is there a name for not the patron, but rather the one who is client? who is...
The sugar baby? I don't know.
I think there's a formal word for that in there somewhere.
If there is, I just don't know.
Likewise, yeah.
Yeah. And since this is above the board, anyone else have ideas about what would be a good question for this? Something we can use.
Are there any instances of people trying to physically fight Emra? And what were the outcomes of that?
I mean, that is...
They're wordy.
I'm trying to think of things that can lead us, that can give us threads to pull on somewhere else to follow.
Any names of alive people that have finished their pact
Yeah.
that we can talk to? Or just like any... Honestly, we have speak with animals. It's fine. Any living former pactees, I don't know what to call them.
Right.
Any former warlocks
Absolutely. You
that
there.
are living.
You get one. That being individual named Gillester Silvermane, currently living in Brodor.
Awesome. Good.
On my way.
Wonderful.
The note you get in particular is that there is one living humanoid ex-warlock of Emra.
One living human.
But not
Meaning
like,
one
details
that-
about
One living and that name, currently living in Brodor, meaning that all other ex-warlocks of Emra are either dead or no longer humanoid.
Shit.
Damn. It's so over.
It's fine.
No, wait, we got this. We got
It's
this.
so over.
Unless you get an ending that they like, which is probably not going to be end good for you. Or at least will not leave you emotionally happy.
Oh my god, wait, hang on. I'm sorry. This is so important. Is this one of those like visual novel romance games for Emra? And he's just doing the Passionina route?
Oh
Ayo.
my god.
Ayo.
It's like using Zeron as like this vessel for like
That's a really good idea for like a deity and or warlock as a character.
That's
Is like
so
living
funny.
living vicariously through their warlocks. That's excellent.
That is
I love that.
so funny.
hey, it's like hey, say exactly this to this person. Also give them this, and then hands them like a sort of
Yeah.
like generic romantic gift.
That is
Yeah,
so
it's like
funny.
part of
This
the
is the really
package.
weird
Just do it.
spin-off. It's the really weird spin-off.
Oh my
I'm here
god.
for it.
Alright, we maxed out Cybella already. Time to do the Peshmina route.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But do the shades of body horror, and it's no, it's not asking. It's just taking control of your body and doing those things.
Hate. Hatred.
That's a really fun, and in some ways, actually, the way Emra acts is certainly the living vicariously, right? Like, is definitely there, just in a very different tone than that. That's very fun.
More of a voyeur than anything else.
A warlock patron that's just like, ah, cool, all my dolls.
I don't like it. I don't like that.
You're not supposed to.
That's why I'm a patron of a warlock.
The warlocks, baby.
Was the D10 Eldritch Blast worth it?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Meanwhile, my
Having
man's
two
over
spell
here.
slots, easy.
My man's over here with a heavy crossbow. Like, do I mean nothing to you?
Oh.
That is what you get from Legend Lore, and you maintain your. You do get to keep obviously the paper, the ivory strips, etc. But the incense is consumed in the spell.
Alright. At least I get to keep the ivory. Fuck another. That is 200. It's gonna be freaking 250. How much?
250 gold.
Yeah, 250 gold per cast. Yep, make it worth it.
I mean, that's pretty big. That's good knowledge to have.
Yeah.
And it's about whatever you want.
And that was huge. That was a lot learned.
You got that. That is categorization of ways out.
Not a lot of ways out, unfortunately.
Well, no,
Not
nothing's
obvious, at
easy.
least. No, nothing
I'm still
obvious.
keeping fist fighting on the table.
Punch
There's a-
Emra
there's a
to
whole-
death to do.
There's a
Oh my
there's a
god,
there-
that thunder.
There's just a
Yeah,
clause in
you know.
the
There's just a clause in the agreement where if you challenge Emmer to a cage match, they are contractually obligated to accept.
You, me, in the lantern.
Just 1v1.
You get back in there and it's just a boxing ring.
God.
There's just like a little fake illusory crowd cheering in the background.
No, they just also summon all your friends and family to watch.
Oh, fuck yeah. Hell, story of a lifetime. Fucking. this is where it's at. High fucking combat theater. Except it's real and there's lives at stake. Oh god.
The arena changes over the years. Sometimes it's gladiatorial combat. Sometimes it's like chess.
Oh jeez.
It's like it's the
Well,
thought experiment. Like you can come back to life, but you have to challenge the devil to a game of your choosing. Anyway, Hassan, you have finished casting the spell and had made plans to meet back up with Peshmina and Zoran in, I believe, was that it? Do you plan on meeting in Lovers Plaza, back by the temple? Where are you planning on meeting?
That's a good question.
I think Peshmina had suggested the temple since we were talking about teleporting back to Tanara.
We'll go to the temple then.
All right. It is still open. In fact, it looks like it is open at all times of day.
Oh, wonderful. So I suppose we just walk in and ask them? No questions asked?
I suppose so, just kind of similar to how Tanara had it set up.
As long as they're accepting. I'll walk in again, walk to, I guess, the teleportation circle, look for another person.
Yeah.
Like, is there like an attendant at the...
Yeah,
at the
Broxley
spell
will
circle?
help you out again.
Yeah.
He is
I
around.
will ask. Hello, rather sudden, and forgive us for the sudden request. We do require transportation to Nara.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I hope you'll be back for the festival.
Of course we would.
But here, there's the do you have the runes by chance?
Oh yes, I can provide them.
Excellent.
Oh, just to be sure, Peshmina would have gotten Millie and Twig a like overnight.
Yeah,
stay
absolutely.
at
There's a lot of livestock and pack animals, like barns, storage, etc. Little
I just
spa.
realized I was like, oh shit, we have animals to take care of. still.
You do have Millie and Twig to hang out with.
Oh,
No cart though, at least.
We're gonna come back and they've killed a couple chickens.
No.
You
They're
you
good girls.
pay someone a few gold to take care of them for the next couple nights, or as long as you need to. You need them to.
I think basically just overnight.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to just like mark off a gold. Care and feeding of your giant fennec foxes.
Yep, done and done. just to make sure that they're taken care of. Babies. Right.
And Broxley will send you on your way. Teleportation gets easier every time.
Thank God.
It is continually. It is now like weird. It kind of rattles you in a personal vibrations discomfort way. But at this point, none of you feel like you're gonna hurl after going through the teleportation circle thing. Thankfully,
It's kind of like taking off from a plane in a way.
Exactly.
Like that really weird feeling.
yeah, absolutely. And you're back in the hustle and bustle of Tanara, back in the main square.
So surreal.
Wonderful. We spent several days traveling, and now we are back exactly where we started. Somehow it feels odd.
It's almost like we keep, taking a few steps forward and then a
Immediately
big step
different.
back and then a few more steps forward and
As long as we can get where we need to go.
Indeed. To the tavern?
To the tavern.
Absolutely.
Starts
It is easy enough to
walking
make your
back
way
across
there.
the tavern.
Let's wait just a sec so that
Yes.
Caroline is back. Pink. Roll. Skull. Alley. It's evening. Okay. Welcome back.
Well,
The squad has arrived back in Tanara after going through the teleportation circle.
hooray!
Alright.
And I believe you said you were on your way to the Dragon's Hoard. What is now Loca's Tavern. Or rather, all of your tavern. But mainly Loca's.
Mostly local.
Yeah, we all know who's the it's like that old story of the one person who asks everybody to help them bake bread and nobody says no, but when everybody says no, I'm not going to help you bake the bread, but when they bake the bread, everybody wants a bite. Because the person who actually
No, you
made
don't
something.
get any bread. I did all the work.
Hammond is here actually pretty late. Hammond Craddock, Loca's manager, in addition to Loca, is here with you, Loca, quite late, and is like making sure to finalizing details for opening day.
Oh,
I
so
think
we
Loca
didn't.
hears a knock on the door.
There was no time skip while I was stepped away.
No, I don't believe so.
All right, cool. So you knock on the door. Yeah, I'm just gonna open it. Loca opens it. And basically, as soon as he realizes it's the three of you, he goes,
Your mic did not get you. You took a deep breath in, and we heard silence.
"That's so sad."
I'm so sorry.
I'll sit further away from my mic. Loca goes, "Oh my God, you're here! Casmina's around his son!
Hello.
Loca!
How'd
Just
everything go? Come in, come in!"
Here, I can take care of these details on my own. I'll see you in the morning, Loca.
Yeah. You know what? You have a good night. Thank you for everything.
Of course. See you tomorrow. And Craddock will head out.
Who's that?
That's my manager.
Oh.
You put yourself under somebody else's authority? That is very humble of you, Loca.
Loca's the owner, so the owner, and then you have someone to manage the rest of the staff, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Oh,
I'm not underneath him. I pay his salary.
I thought you meant he was managing you, like your manager, like when you say, oh, my manager is... don't worry, nothing. Very congratulations. I'm surprised you got it up and running so quickly.
That's just called a pirate's efficiency. You know, you don't have a lot of hands with which to work, so you gotta be very quick and efficient about how you tie the ropes and get everything set up, so, you know.
So full staffed and everything?
Yeah! We're all good to go. I've got servers, I've got a bartender, I've got a manager, I've got a busboy, I've got a cook, I've got me,
Wow.
and I've got all of you! You're here too!
You didn't send for us so we could work the tavern, did you?
No?
Insight.
Would I have to wear a uniform?
That's a 10 insight.
Loca chooses to fail. You get that Loca is just messing with you.
Okay, good. Because I'm not quite sure because I was beginning to wonder whether you knew me well enough to think that I would be good for customer service.
Oh,
I'm
no!
sure
The
you would
answer
be
to that is
fine.
you wouldn't be. Don't lie to him, Zoran.
I would never lie.
Aha!
Never.
I'm sure. That's the truth. Zoran never lies.
I've
Hasn't
never
done it
lied
once.
once in my life.
Definitely not about your name.
Never once in my life.
Alright.
So, how did you get them all so quickly? You say efficiency, but you mentioned specifically your pirate background. You didn't pull illicit strings, did you?
No, I just randomly got like 1,000 gold, and so I
Oh.
just kind of use that to pay to scalp them from other locations where they were unhappy, and because I know that I'm gonna have a very happy establishment, and if it's not, I want to kill them.
Oh, dear
Mhm.
God, I forgot you would have gotten the gold as well.
You've since dispersed all of that gold, right? You've, partitioned it out, sent it away, done anything but keep it in your possession?
I've still got a couple hundred gold left at least. It's
Oh,
gonna
we're
be
going to
going
go on a
towards like.
shopping spree then, you and I.
Oh no, I don't think so. That's gonna be for payroll.
You look, Loka, you have missed a few things. See, turns out, you know who that gold came from, correct?
Oh yeah, send him a nasty gram back.
Yes. Well, they use that gold to track us.
Can you track gold?
Apparently.
Yes. They tracked the gold to our location, and we had a rather nasty encounter in the middle of the night in the mountains.
Everything okay? Oh crap, did that cat guy die?
Oh, no.
Oh no, he's fine.
He's has one that he has Pashmina's portion of the gold, actually.
Mina, how did you let him steal that from you?
I gave it to him.
What?
I was angry when we got the gold and the letters, and I didn't want anything to do with it, so I just passed it along to him. Just to, I don't know, get it out of my hands and maybe ingratiate ourselves to him a little more. I didn't consider the ramifications. Ashmina looks really defeated.
Yeah.
So what, he just took the money and ran?
No, he was with us the whole time. Him keeping the gold was why they were able to find us.
Oh!
Yes.
Alright, well I'm gonna go hire a couple guards tomorrow, I think. If that's the case.
Yes, I suppose that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Actually, never mind. I know how I'm gonna take care of it.
To yourself, as long as you aren't keeping the gold on hand and everyone, because I wouldn't want something bad to happen to this store you just invested so much into.
Well, I think I have insurance on everything, so if it goes up in flames, at least I won't be out $1,000.
Hopefully more than 1,000, but I see what you mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the principle of the idea. I personally don't want to think about how much money I've put into this. Because I know it's been a lot.
I guess, what are your expectations from here on out for this place? Like, I mean, it seems like you're all set up and ready to go. Are you gonna be here a while longer, or?
My expectation is that, oh crap, I gotta buy like a sending stone or something for Hammond. Oh crap.
Pager.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I figure, you know, after opening night, you know, we have a good night and we show the community and show the staff how good things are here, and, you know, I just let it be, and I'll come back to it when I'm in Tanara and make sure everything's okay.
So, you are happy to rejoin us then?
Well, I don't know about happy.
Look, dude kind of looks defeated that nobody laughed at that.
you got a look from his son, like a brief like.
I feel like after everything that they just talked about, I feel like Pashmina almost believes that. It's just like, you don't want to hang out with us anymore. It's just... I get it, it's the hassle.
Wipes away just like a fake tear.
No, I was joking. I didn't mean it seriously.
Cause I missed you so
But Pashmina, you promised.
Okay, but it's just not the same.
You promised yourself to another though, so you can't fawn over me like this, Pashmina. It's not fair to surround.
Oh, I haven't done shit. What are you talking
about? Stew on the top of you. Enjoy yourselves. Nice to see you again, Loka. I will see you later in the morning.
Bye, Hassan.
So when is the official opening? And I mean, I know tomorrow, but...
Just after, kind of as the sun's starting to set, I think.
Okay.
After the heat of the day.
Sounds good. We were just, so we made it to Central Matla. That was how we were able to teleport back to Tanara. There was a temple with a teleportation circle, so it'll be easy to get back and forth between them. However, due to something that one of the priests said, I had suggested that maybe we try and head to the winery as soon as possible from the temple. Once we get back there, that is.
What did the priest say?
They said something very ominous about the referendum. Just that they didn't want to talk too much about it and to told, I guess, kind of directed at me to talk to an arbiter or my family about it.
So are we...
Go ahead.
They were just very cagey and didn't want to let on too much. Something about not wanting to cause unrest.
So in other words, in very short order, a bunch of shit's gonna go down in mega, what's it called again? Matla? There we go. Yeah, I forgot the name for a half a second.
And so did I, the player.
I mean, seemingly nothing good. It was already a bit worrisome before, and now I'm just... I don't know. Something's felt wrong for a very long time, but that just... kind kind of shivers.
Well, isn't the monastery in Matla?
Not in Matla, just north of Matla,
Okay.
up in the Antiqua Mountains. They border each other somewhat.
Okay, but it's not like a part of the city or part
No,
of the... Okay.
it's not technically part of the nation, no.
Okay. Alright, well, just after tomorrow night, you will have my spear, trident, biting, all of the above, to go and whoop whoever's ass we need to whoop.
Well, hopefully there isn't much whooping that needs to be done right away, but appreciate it.
Zoran, do you look different? I can't tell.
Do I?
I don't know.
Just like starts inspecting themselves because now they're paranoid. I don't think I
Resists urge to
Yeah.
immediately roll on the funny table.
do it. I don't care. What could go wrong?
It's not
What
the
could
right
go wrong?
time. It's not the right time.
I think Saran hasn't changed much since we got back to Mirage the last time.
I mean, I don't feel changed. But now you have me worried. Okay, where's the nearest floor-length mirror? Come on.
Oh, that's gonna be upstairs in one of the rooms.
All the way upstairs. Do you know
You
what
can
room it
fly!
is? Do you know what room it's in?
Probably both. I don't know.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look for it. Okay.
It's
Excuse
a
me.
full mirror. How are you gonna have to look for it?
Well, cause it's fine.
You're gonna see yourself as before you find it. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna go look for the mirror. And just like starts going upstairs and they're gonna look for the mirror.
I don't know what I keep on doing to have everybody leave me like this, especially me. First Saison and now Zaran. Oh.
Yeah. They have like trigger words. You have to kind of watch out for it.
Treat, no treat. Treat, no treat.
DESSERT.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, can I tell you something really cool?
Of course.
So I hired this guy that's gonna be here tomorrow. And they're a fire breather, and so
I'm sorry, you hired a fire
yeah.
breather?
It's called the Dragon's Horde. I gotta go all out for the opening night, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's not an every night experience.
I see the vision now.
So anyways, when I met them, I paid a couple extra gold to learn how to do it. So you just gotta do this and then that and then
It just spews fire.
like inside, like in
Inside,
your...
oh yeah.
Okay, maybe we don't do that inside the tavern full of alcohol. Just like standing back, just like
why? What could go wrong?
so much, Loka, so very many things.
I mean, I'm more worried that there's wood, but he said he's a professional, so I think everything will be okay.
I should still think that activity should be for the patio, maybe, and not inside the building.
Well, either way, after tonight, we're gonna have I'm gonna add something to the menu. I gotta talk to the cook. That way we can kind of have like a burning dish, like you light it.
Like a
and it
flambe?
I don't even know what that is, so maybe.
I mean, just what it's called whenever you use alcohol to light food on fire, basically.
Oh, yeah! I wanna do that then. Flambeau.
Oh, that will be fun. That's. It's clear you've been putting a lot of thought into this, so I'm glad that it's all coming to fruition.
Did you see the sign outside?
I think she would have noticed it.
The sign would have had like, you know, a cool like wooden design. You know, the dragon's horde. And behind the letters, quote unquote, would have been a sculpting of a dragon, but
How
kind
much
of like
did-
a colorless wooden dragon. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
yeah.
Just like a nicely carved, like. I get that.
Yeah.
How much did something like that cost you?
I don't want to think about it.
Reasonable.
Look, I got 1,000 gold in the mail from some random asshole from the oh, who cares what they're called anymore? And so I figured I'd put it to good use, you know?
I honestly, I would say pretty good use. I hope this works out for the best, you know? Like, I wish you and this business the best. You've been working hard.
Well, thank you. I'm very excited. I think everything is gonna work great. And, honestly, even thinking about the possibility that it doesn't work great just doesn't make sense. Like, everything has really come together. And, I don't know, I think it's all gonna work pretty well.
Cheers. But also, I think it's time we, got some rest.
Okay, good night. I'm just gonna attend to the last little preparations, and who knows if I'll sleep tonight.
Oh, make sure you get some rest.
I
You don't
mean,
want to feel all
I'm
tired.
just too
and-
excited.
Do you need like a tea or something? It could make you like a something to help you get at least some sleep.
Sure.
Mind if I use the kind of points to wherever the like kitchen stuff is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Bashmina will spend some time making some like sleepy time tea.
Absolutely.
Comes
Dude,
back.
for fun, go ahead and make me a medicine check.
Oh boy. See, puts your ass to sleep for fucking 18 hours. Medicine check?
Yep.
Oh fuck yeah. Oh, okay. Why that though? Oh,
Oh,
I
no.
rolled a
no.
8. I rolled a 2 plus
Oh, no.
6.
no.
Oh,
While not hazardous,
Oh no.
you do effectively just make like a nice chamomile tea. The medicinal
okay.
properties are dubious.
yeah, chamomile. That's basically what she was thinking of, anyways.
Gotcha.
Just like something soothing, like a chamomile lavender thing.
If I taste this, is it gonna taste off?
No.
Sweet,
Like, am
and
I-
like herbal floral.
Am I gonna notice that this thing is probably gonna put me out for
It won't.
age? It won't? Okay.
It will not.
It might do literally nothing, in fact, depending on your disposition, if you're sensitive to chamomile or not.
It is about as strong as drinking a cup of tea.
Alright.
Tasty.
Local.
You only
It-
had some
this-
basic ingredients.
The scents are particularly pleasant, soothing.
Mostly just comforting.
Yes. Good old placebo effect.
What if I had rolled a fucking like 20 on that? It's just like, cool. This could put an elephant out.
No, you would do what you had intended to do. You'd make it a very effective sleepy time tea.
Oh.
create
I
for
see.
particularly resting sleep.
Now I'm gonna sleep like shit.
Oh, why?
Oh no, I was just thinking it because you had rolled an 8.
Take
Tea
sip.
that gives you nightmares.
That's the natural one. Is like you accidentally give someone like fucking pepperoni dreams via your tea.
You see the Hat Man.
Oh no.
Oh, jeez. Okay. No, okay. Oh. Anyways. Try to get some sleep. Good night, Luca.
Okay, good night.
Alright. The evening passes easily. For some, at least. And soon enough, it is the next day. Do you all have anything you'd like to do during the day before the grand opening? So I imagine there is some hustle and bustle, for sure. Loca's employees probably arrive around like noon. Start making sure everything gets prepped up.
I think Pashmina sends a note to Ophelia and Beatrice, like,
Ooh, yeah.
just letting you know, we did make it to Central Matla, teleported back. Today is the opening of the tavern. Feel free to come by in the evening. Gives the details on the tavern.
You get back from Ophelia a like, ooh, absolutely, we're delighted to attend. Beatrice can't wait to see it.
I'm sure. Beatrice told her to write that.
Correct.
Jesus.
Wait, can I invite Veston?
Yeah, if you want to.
I absolutely do.
All right.
Hey, son, you should invite
Zatanna?
Zatanna.
Do you think she would enjoy this kind of venue?
I mean, maybe.
Well, suppose I can ask.
Only one way to find out.
Get
No
a
harm in
major
inviting.
journalist at the grand opening.
Yeah.
Not really her point of coverage, but
I mean, and it's also not exactly her field of what she writes about. Well, face off.
I mean,
and
it would be a little bit strange, but we could try inviting fucking the dragon.
Tothrin.
Tothrin.
I don't think Hason's interested. I mean, Hason wouldn't do it.
Loca will. You don't. Loca has sent invites to people. Loca has definitely sent invites to Tothrin, to Fehu and Zerga, to who is the guard captain of this place?
Oh.
Cynthia? Is that the right
Nah,
name?
it was
I know her nickname, the shark.
yeah.
I forget her name, but I definitely invite her.
Are we talking about the
Yvette.
the swordfin member?
Yvette.
Yvette, yeah.
Yvette
Yes.
Hasu.
And who else was I thinking about inviting? Oh yeah, Fing and Srisk,
Mhm.
and
No, they're gonna be there for
Sir
sure.
Teodosio.
yeah. Say again.
Sir Teodosio.
Zeron will faint.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll send Sir Teodosio one too.
Alright, bet.
I don't give a shit.
Bet.
Loca wants everybody who's anybody to be here, and anybody who's nobody as well. Just wants everybody to come.
All right.
Yeah, Hason will send an invite to Zatanna as well.
Excellent. All right. With a bunch of invites, let's get to the grand opening.
Yay!
I'm gonna roll some luck checks to see who shows up.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. Tothrin will not be attending.
No, don't tell me. I
what?
just want to know when we get there.
Ooh. Alright. Alright.
These rolls are
Okay.
so mean.
So
Those were some meh rolls.
not great rolls. So that is
Kick through the minis.
where are you? Big cow lady, where are you at? There you are. Zatanna is here.
Aww.
Zatanna is here. And the only other one that succeeded was Sir Teodosio. So Sir Teodosio is here.
God.
I'm so
Are
glad.
you're kidding?
And just kind of
Genuinely
mingling.
So glad.
I won't bother setting up
Also-
like full party ambiance.
Ophelia and Beatrice just decided.
Ophelia and Beatrice did not require a luck check.
Okay.
There are several attendees that were invited that do not require any amount of
Gotcha,
luck
gotcha.
to attend. Speaking of which,
Funny.
how, Loka, you tell me, how does the grand opening go?
Well, briefly, can you summon to the board again, real quick?
Sure.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we can't see.
I can't do shit. There we go. Yay!
I want to put some lights around because it's actually really dark.
How does it go? Excuse me. I think it's an absolute success. Like I think Loka had every right to be excited for and hopeful for today. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Your staff's working hard. Your manager sure is managing. Craddock's really out here making sure no one accidentally walks directly into a fire breather. Zatanna's here. Tothrin Delay, or not Tothrin Delay, sorry. Sir Teodosio is actually kind of a weird draw. Like, there are people around who are just kind of, like, hanging around him. Antophelia and Beatrice are absolutely here, hanging out, having a good time. And at one point, in the midst of the festivities, you get a little tap on your shoulder, Loka, and turn around to see Zerga.
Oh.
Oh my god!
I pick her up with how hard I hug her.
She kind of yes, thank you, my friend. I'm very happy to see you as well. I see thou hast done very well with this establishment. Please put me down.
No, you're okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep you up in the air
I mean,
forever.
I'm a reasonable amount of coke. Okay.
I'm very strong.
Yes,
Don't worry.
thou art.
Foul art.
It
Alright,
kind of
I'll
like
put her down.
looks
Fine.
plaintively at Peshmina and Zoran and Hasan like,
Easy
help!
boy. Easy boy.
She still has a little bit of graying at the tip of her tail, and it looks like at the edges of some of the horns on her head. But she is looking much better than she was before. And she's just like, I know my last trip to the city hath not been the best, but I brought a little bit of security with me, with her recent developments, and Loka, you feel a large draconic nuzzle into your side, but do not see Guinevere anywhere around you.
Oh, that's
Oh.
excellent.
What security?
Gwen, do you think you could actually, let's take a step outside briefly.
Guinevere's here?
Yes,
We could go upstairs where it's more private too.
that would be delightful.
Yeah, let's do that.
Zerga will follow you upstairs, and you hear creaking up the stairs as a heavy figure follows close behind. And when you get up to where it is more private, there's a bit of a shimmer, and Guinevere appears from this in the space beside Zerga, looking very proud of herself. Hi! Can do magic now.
Yay! That's so exciting!
Zerga looks exasperated, harrowed. Yes, she has developed her magical abilities. I don't know whether it's because of being around us or whatever, but now she can disappear at will, which is a delight.
Aw, I bet you're so good at hide and seek.
Yeah, it's great. I always win.
I did too. I always won when I was little.
It's so good. It's not as fun if they can't find you all the time. So it's like...
You have to give hints. That's the
Yeah.
fun part, is when you start giving hints.
Yeah. But it's good. It's fun. I like it.
Are you being good for Auntie Zerga and Feihu?
Yeah.
Looks to Zerga.
Zerga looks very happy, very proud of Guinevere, but also there is just this hint clearly of, oh my god, I'm so tired. Attempting to keep track, just the idea of attempting to keep track of a mischievous little, getting into, young dragon wormling who can now become invisible is a little bit of a nightmare. But in equal measure, Zerga looks very proud.
How were you both able to travel here? Also, hi! It goes in for a much gentler hug.
Zerga returns it very, very gratefully. Just via the teleportation circle, as before. But
See.
Atco and Taxel cleared me basically to operate on the same sort of treatment schedule as Feihu is, now that I can. Well, I regained my ability to eat and cast and transform at will. I improved greatly under their care.
Oh, I should have invited those two. Dang it!
That would be a bit of a trip, but I'll send my regards next time we see them.
Please do.
Yes, they've basically performed a miracle. That's...
But Guinevere's been keeping an eye out for me as I feel less inclined to travel alone.
Yes, good. Although, Gwen, you listen to everything Zerga tells you, okay? You be very good while out and about.
And Gwen nods very emphatically and gives a little, gets her posture, very straight and gives a little salute with her tail.
Oh man, you are growing up so fast.
Heisan will whisper to Zerga. You didn't happen to get that gold Zeron sent you, did you? Or Gwen?
I believe, Feihu or one of us received something like that, but it ended up being put into local trade very quickly.
Okay, good. It
was from one of someone you've encountered?
Yes, it was...
A Talon.
It was subsequently used to track us.
I see. Well, luckily the tracking doesn't work within the Mirage, so it should be safe otherwise, but good to know. Better safe than sorry.
Good. How long until that one begins forming a horde of their own?
We'll see. Maybe if she's been very good. Can find
Court
another
privileges.
find another dune to make her a cave within. I'd say traditionally, wormlings start their hordes when they're ready to leave their nests. And Gwen like immediately like pushes herself against Zerga's side and like wraps her tail around Zerga's leg and is just like, I don't think she's interested in that quite yet.
Risan will give a little scratch. Get a little scratch on Gwen's head. And education, teaching, everything fine?
Going well. She can read, and Gwen's just like, yeah, I have a favorite book now. Books are cool.
That's right.
That's good.
I don't need to wait for someone to tell me the story. I can just find it out.
Yeah. Are they favorites? What is your favorite?
Oh, it's about this wolf that like goes out and hunts, and they're nice, but there are two of them. There's a good wolf and a bad wolf, and they fight. It's really cool.
Oh. That is really cool.
That is an interesting choice. I suppose you like the fighting.
Well, the fighting's good, but they hate each other, but they're also friends. It's they go back and forth, and no, I must fight, but no, you're my friend, and it's very good.
It's called Warrior Wolves.
I hate that. I hate that.
Firmly middle grade.
Yeah, exactly. Like
It's this version. It's this world's version of the like Warrior Cat series.
So I like series. I started reading this like big long series about like these centaurs. And one's named like Harold Trotter. Go to magic school.
God.
No.
They're all wizards.
You know, I actually think I've read that series before.
Yeah.
I have definitely read that before.
Fei told me the authors have some pretty mid opinions.
Definitely.
have you read the one about the vampire? And forbidden love?
What's a vampire?
Okay, now, maybe when you're a little older. It gets a little... That one's a bit,
Do they kiss?
Nah.
Are vampires people who kiss, and that's why you won't tell me about it?
Yes.
Okay.
Luca looks very worriedly like, I don't know if I was supposed to say that or not.
Incredibly amused.
She's I think Fei is they've been having a discussion about when Gwen is allowed to read
entering
kissing books.
The lie phase.
It's
The question phase.
you know,
Curiosity.
she's doing great.
Yeah. It's all part of the process.
Speaking of Faye, why isn't she here?
The usual Mirage things. A new merchant train trying to get established through routes, and Feihu making sure that they're all set up and has all the... making sure relations with the other Oasis towns is good.
That's good.
Well, take our well wishes back with you.
Of course, always. I think I'm gonna have a drink and probably head back to Mirage.
Oh, of course. I would be happy to actually accompany you to the circle this time.
Sure,
if you don't
absolutely.
mind.
I would not mind at all.
Good thinking.
Yes. I would send 3, but last time I sent this little bird, he fell asleep and fell into a planter.
Right, by all means. Loka, what would you recommend as a drink to try for opening night?
We've got a, we have something that, I could only describe as, deeply alcoholic. It's a 7 drink cocktail. It's not on the menu, but ask the barkeep that you're a friend of mine, or tell the barkeep you're a friend of mine. Ask for the 7 drink special. They'll know what you're talking about, and they'll get it right up for you.
Sure, you know what? Sure.
Just out of curiosity's sake, does this drink have a name?
It's the 7 drink special.
the 7 liquor special.
God.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't know. You'll have to ask them. I didn't ask. I just saw them make it, and I
like
tasted
the
it once too.
That it's one of those like tiered drinks where you have to like pour it gently with a spoon.
It's called the 9 layers in reference to hell, and the last 2 are the ice cubes.
It's very funny.
Yeah, I like that.
It's also called that because that's what you think you go through while you're drinking it.
I was saying it's hell to drink.
Alright, I'm in. I want one.
Oh god.
I'm in.
The bartender gives you a wink as you ask for it and mixes up for Zoran and Zerga a couple of 9 layers. I think Zerga takes it very well. We've got, what's her constitution right now? Let's see. Yeet.
It's very hard for her to get drunk, right?
Yes, very hard. Yeah, that is a 28.
Oh,
Jesus.
Zerga is
her constitution
fine.
being so high is so crazy.
Okay.
Her constitution being very high was very important to a lot of what happened in Tanara.
Haha.
So
How you doing?
Zerga, not a problem.
Let's see how I'm doing.
Nat 1. Nat 1.
16.
16. It definitely hits. Like this is a deeply alcoholic drink. It is not necessarily. It is actually. It's not unpleasant to taste. It's a very deep flavor profile. Like there 9 distinct layers is maybe like a bit of a stretch, but it's definitely a drink that evolves as you drink it. So it's actually a surprisingly complex experience. But as tends to be the case with like craft cocktails made by very attuned mixologists, it is also deeply bitter.
Yeah.
So it's not like fun to drink, but it is interesting to drink. Zerga has it and is just like, ooh, oh boy. All right, yes, we're going home now. That was a good time. I am glad to have stopped by and seen the starting. Wow, I'm gonna have a water before I make my way back yonder home.
I think you and I both.
You sure you don't want another Zoran?
Give me 20 minutes.
Oh boy.
All
Okay.
right, Hisan?
Yes.
That
I'd
would
be
die?
happy to join you.
Excellent.
Yes.
Wait, hugs before you go.
Oh,
Hugs
of
before
course,
you
of
go.
course. And
It
Guinevere
was good to
has
see you.
disappeared again before heading back downstairs.
Yes.
You have a sneaking suspicion he's hanging out in the rafters.
Cute.
Just like a little freaking spider,
Oh.
or like a little gecko.
Watching.
Going,
And
Aw,
yeah,
it was
Zerga
good to
will
see you both.
give hugs back.
I'm glad you're doing a lot better, it seems. I hope that things
As am
keep trending towards the better.
One can hope.
Alright, be safe, all of you.
Alright. And Zerga will exunt.
Bye.
Okay, so what can I have that's not as alcoholic and maybe tastes nice.
Oh, I mean, we have a wide array of alcoholic beverages for your drinking pleasure.
Oh man, I gotta come up with a name with this person. What do we want the bartender's name to be?
How about Justin Rask
Justin Rask.
with a Y?
Justine.
Justine Rask.
Is the Rask with a Y as well?
No, but 2 S's.
Oh. Oh.
All right.
Here, we'll throw an E on there. Justine.
Jeez.
Justine
All right.
Rask.
Most like.
What is it that you want?
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Would you like something sweet?
Let's go with that. Yeah.
Sweet, yes. All right. And we'll cuts a fresh strawberry, and goes for kind of a muddled strawberry daiquiri. And passes that over to you.
All right. Sip.
It is very sweet, and despite your best efforts, definitely quite alcoholic. Not the 9 layers alcoholic, but it sure is a very up cocktail.
It's like when you get a frozen margarita.
Yeah, it's a sipper.
Yeah.
That's an all-night drink.
This is very nice. I think this will be my one and only.
Okay. I mean, drinks are free for the 3 of us, so, you know, get as much as you want.
If it works for your companions, it works for your drinks, eh? Your one and only.
Maybe that's what we should call the drink. What was the name of
the
it
one and
before?
only, yes!
Yeah!
Oh.
Make a note of that.
Oh.
It is very sweet.
Just like Pashmina!
Stop! Like, you're being too cute right now.
I'm having such a great time, though. Look at everybody here. They're all happy. They're all having a good time. Nothing's on fire. Well, that isn't supposed to be on fire. And, you know, it's going well.
I'm gonna roll some skill checks for the employees. Everyone's quite good at what they do. That is a natural 1.
Can I give the help action?
Yeah, absolutely.
anybody
If
who
you
might
are
need
willing to tear yourself away from this moment to go help your staff.
Absolutely.
All right. Then they'll re-roll into another 1!
Oh my god.
No.
Bloka messes up just as bad.
Oh no.
They get
It's
thrown
just a
into the
really
canal.
big-
Okay.
Well, luckily that was the first roll, which was for the busboy. So the worst thing that was the lowest tier disaster that can happen, which is
So-
you see them teetering with a plate of glasses, and I think you go and dive to help them with the glasses and just kind of set them even more off balance. We got a little bit of a glass explosion, but easy enough to clean up. Not a big deal. There's a little bit of you ever hear a glass break in a restaurant, and everyone you just kind of hear the collective like, "Oh,
Yeah.
yeah."
I think
All too often. Oh.
in places like Toch, they would actually like cheer a little bit, like,
Funny.
"Hey."
Yeah.
but the vibe's wrong. Just like, oh, oops.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get a broom?
I got it. Hang on. Nobody step over here. Nobody step. There's glass. I'm not paying anybody's medical bills today, okay? You're here to have a good time, not cut your feet up, okay?
Luckily, it is a
it's
disaster
kinda
easily taken care of.
to be expected, honestly. Need a glassware budget.
Logo walks past you and says,
He's getting fired. Throw him in the river, Pashmina.
I'm not your bouncer.
Damn it!
keeps walking.
Also, please don't fire him.
I'm not going to. I was a joke. Okay, goodbye. I have to find my broom. I don't know where it is.
Hey-san will just performance of creation a broom into existence.
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, everybody move. Okay.
I love that.
Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
How are Ophelia and Beatrice still here, or have they come yet? Or
Yeah, they're around for sure.
I think Peshmina will stop by, if they're at a table or anything, and just goes
Oh, Peshmina! A delight.
Good to see you again,
And you as well.
both of you.
Very glad to have you around. It's a nice tavern, your friend. You cleaned it up quite well.
Yeah, he did a good job. I guess I just wanted to, Actually, I'm sorry. I don't know what I wanted to do. I just wanted to see you again.
Yeah. Happy to. Yes. Happy to.
The harvest is soon.
Oh,
Festival.
yes. I'd almost forgotten. I
I
usually
guess I
hang up
don't
a
suppose
squash.
you'll- I figured you wouldn't be in attendance.
No, I'm much too busy around the autumn, unfortunately. But we celebrate in our little ways. Carve up an apple or an onion or something.
Had you heard about the referendum?
Only that it was a thing that is happening.
I figured you might have heard at least that much, but I wasn't sure.
I remember discussing it very briefly with some cousin in the letter, but only that it was an oddity. No further.
I see. Well, I guess I'll let you know what comes of it then.
Oh, please. Have you tried these drinks? They are alarmingly sweet.
I've had one, and one is enough.
Oh, I mean, all right, fair enough. You see, like, 2 empty glasses and a third in her hand. It's going to be a long night. Well, not. Beatrice is just like, I'll get her home. Don't worry about it.
Take it easy.
Oh,
but also
always
enjoy yourself.
easy. Yes, of course. It's a delight. Happy to support a local business.
I think once we go, we'll actually be heading straight to the winery. Is there anything you'd want me to say to Mama?
She looks a little conflicted for a moment, and just give her a big hug for me, all right?
That I can do. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Of course, we'll do.
Thanks for coming by.
Absolutely. Ooh, look, the fire breather's going to start up again. Get over there. He's handsome.
Gonna get my face all up in it.
Beatrice like stands and is like, all right, I think it's time for us to go home. Come on, darling.
Night night. Silly.
I am curious what how Zatanna and Certe Docio are getting along.
Fairly well. It looks like Sir Teodosio is actually gone already. Basically arrived for just that early bit, like got a little bit of murmur actually, like having attended, like had a drink, participated in the initial toast of the night, but then has since trundled off to do their own thing. Zatanna is sitting quietly with one of the other drinks, kind of this like large mug of ale, like tall mug of ale, in the corner, as well as a small plate of those golden coin biscuits, and is reading a book.
Loka's gonna find Hisan and just be like,
You know, Zatanna's over there just sitting alone.
Oh. Yes, I suppose I should. We'll wander over and sit down next to them. Well, thank you for coming.
Hello, Hisan.
Yes, sorry, it's never again. Parties, you know, like.
No, I understand. I'm having a delightful time. You're the first person I've spoken to all night.
I love her. I love her so much.
Yes, I can understand that. I prefer more the nice solitary dining at a counter myself.
Care for a biscuit? I
would
think they've got honey in them. They're delightful.
Oh, I would love one, thank you.
Go for it.
Hisan will take a little biscuits, and I'm guessing it's like one of those little, like Church's honey biscuit kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of this like middle ground between like a sugar cookie and like a like American biscuit. So it's kind of got that
like
kind
a
of like
fluffy-
bready, fluffy texture, but like a lot more
sweetness
honey
of, like,
in
a
it in
cookie.
general. And then it's got that kind of like golden bake on it to give it the kind of like coin appearance on top.
Pairs well with like a glass of milk, which is the last thing this place probably
Absolutely.
has.
And pairs fine with just like beers too, frankly,
yeah.
which is what Zatanna has opted for. A tall ale.
Everything's still well at the paper at home.
Oh, yes, it's fine. A little dull, but that's fine. Election was a bit of a bump, but it's largely gone off without a hitch. Tothrin lies the new Minister of Media. Huzzah.
Yes, as if there was much doubt in what was going to happen.
It's the most reasonable choice, and I am glad that we can depend on the most reasonable choice being the frequent outcome.
Yes. What an interesting character, that one, though. More elusive. That one is more elusive than he seems.
Oh. I don't know, I feel like you kind of get him. You know, old man, proud of his city, takes its accomplishments as his own.
Yes, of course. Read anything interesting lately? And this is a pointed question. I have been on the road for the past several days, even though I am...
I heard that the author of the Harold Trotter books has made some alarming statements in the public forum.
Oh my god.
So I've been told. Dare I ask?
I wouldn't worry about it. I think it'll die down shortly.
Good.
There are always more children's books.
Fiction-wise, though.
It's
Anything interesting?
I think vampires are the new craze. It's weird.
Anything of your own?
No. You'll know. You'll be the first to get a copy.
Zatanna, I am on the road for several days and bored to all tears. I can't exactly go to a book bar.
Well, then you'll just have to imagine you've got it in your hands and are reading its sultry texts.
Someday you're going to...
Sultry?
Someday you are going to find that you are that you do not have the proper input and do not have the proper social circle to further increase your writing skills, and you are going to come to me and you're going to ask, hey son, please give me your opinions. Beans, I've been so wrong this entire time.
And on
That's
that
going to
day,
happen one day.
and no sooner, you shall have my manuscript. And that
You
day
are-
is not today. Takes
You
deep sip
are-
of ale.
I don't think I've met an author as stubborn as you.
Stubborn as an
will say
ox.
Cutie.
Ha ha ha. My son lets out like a weird chuckle, like an awkward chuckle, like you're my
Sarcastic.
friend and I want to laugh at your jokes, but I do. Dear, I have not been able to read anything lately due to travel. Dear, sister, well, I hope.
Yes, very much so.
Good.
Ever the social butterfly.
Surprised I didn't. I should have extended the invite to her as well, I suppose.
I'm kind of surprised she wasn't here of her own volition. Frankly. Seems to be everywhere at all at the same time.
Yes.
Sometimes I think she's got clones. Out doing her bidding for her.
Maybe there was just more powerful enough. With her means, I wouldn't be surprised if she would manage to persuade some to make some for her.
Meiji, the powerful wizard, known for checks notes, going to happy hours all at the same time, and grand openings of things. Do you think the wizarding community would see that as a waste of resources?
No, they would take that. What you need to understand about wizards, Zatanna, is that they are ridiculous people inherently. They will, as long as they are the ones doing it, they will see it as important. That is my experience with wizards.
Fascinating.
And if their experiment happens to be, can I attend 5 different parties at the same time, then they will see it as an important step forward. There is always a reason, no matter how absurd.
That's kind of delightful.
It is, yes, and frustrating in their use of resources. Oh, forgive me, I am airing my grievances again.
I see.
Wizards. Sorry, Eli's running out of things now.
Stay safe, Hasan.
Yeah. I hope you will as well. It is nice to see you again.
Likewise. Back to my book.
Question about this place. I know it's not necessarily a place of like performance, but is there any music? Even if it's just like like a record player type deal, or like
Got a gramophone up in this bitch?
right, yeah. Like, what's the ambiance?
That is a good question. I had not thought about music.
Because I think if it's just quiet, eventually Pashmina's just like, oh, hey, Son, could we get a song? Please? Big guys.
Loka,
Yeah,
again.
pick.
Okay, I'll give you a few songs. Okay. Just a few, though. I am... God, what else am I doing? I don't have anything else to do. Why
Thank
did I even
you.
Okay. Zatanna, do you happen to know the lyrics? I am not one for singing. Do you happen to know the lyrics to a few of these songs? We'll list out a couple.
I'll do my best.
Thank you. You would be willing to perhaps accompany me in this?
Like I said, I'll do my best.
Thank you very much. And Hasan will start a few little jaunty folk songs. I think.
There's some Universal Tavern songs.
Yeah.
Various levels
Pashmina
of
would be
popular.
pretty familiar with popular music.
Yeah.
Having been with
Traditional
Tanya's
bardic
and-
tunes.
Yeah.
Do you want to give me a performance roll?
Oh yeah. I
And
think.
Zatanna will
I like
give
to
you
think-
the help.
I know.
Oh, I could assist.
Can I retcon my performance of creation to say Hasan has created a little fiddle?
Absolutely.
Thank
You can do both, in fact. It does not matter.
Okay. Thank you. Can I get assistance? Well, you know what? No. I don't need
It sounded
assistance.
like they wanted to help.
I could assist
Well,
if you really want it. But
actually, no. This is what I'm using. I am using the luck roll. I am using the luck roll on this frivolous thing. I am using the luck roll. That's wow. Wow, that is terrible.
oh no.
I mean, not terrible, but fuck, that's a 10.
Total?
Mm.
Yeah.
And that's on both dice?
Yeah.
Rough.
Oh.
It's fine. It is totally normal. There are some people that are like, hey, oh, okay. And they get into it a little bit, but it's not like you've got the entire tavern jamming or anything like that.
Heck.
It's a low-key vibe. I don't think this is not the same as when Peshmina asked for a song back in like Mirage, and it started a literal like
Party.
whole town party. Yeah, like no, this is low-key.
Yeah.
She's comfortably like the lightest of buzzes going. Just wanted a little ambiance.
Hassan is himself slightly frustrated by his own failures.
Oh.
And that is.
I think after you get done, I think Loka's actually going to come up to you and be like,
You know what, Hassan? That was perfect. I think that was really good. You know, but it didn't take over everything like some bards want to do. You know, you're just here. You're just, you know, in the background. Not,
Elevating the mood.
yeah.
I mean, true, but no, thank you, Loka. Thank you. I thank you for appreciating my efforts. Even if I'm not particularly happy about them myself, as long as it's what you wanted. Was it what you wanted? Did you enjoy that, Pashmina?
Oh, I loved it.
Good. Good. Then you know
And
what?
I
will
love
be
you. You're my best friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Loka gives you sad puppy dog eyes.
I mean, you're my other best friend. So-
Immediately cheers up.
I think the rest of the night goes without a hitch.
I'm sorry. I love has to go through each one, just like say, hey, Son, you're my best friend. To Loka, you're my other best friend. to Zoran, you're my.
It's complicated.
You're my...
All right, okay, we all good. Everyone feel validated and loved. Good.
I mean, I won't say no to more compliments.
Well, now you're
Fine.
fishing.
Fine, never mind.
Oh, I like you.
I like you too.
Get a room, you two.
Just a little tail waggle. Oh.
I think the rest of the night goes off without a hitch. There are guests here deep into the evening, but it is certainly a successful first night showing, and you get the sense that you're probably going to have some very decent attendance this opening week.
Hey.
And by the following morning, the patrons have cleared out, and the tavern is once again quiet, and employees have gone home, except for the four of you. Sleeping off various drinks.
Who's got a hangover? I think Peshmina's fine.
Yeah.
She had one drink.
I probably had a second.
Oh my god.
Another
Some did not.
nine layers?
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
then I'm gonna ask for a constitution check.
I got you.
Save, I guess.
Actually, better than the last one, 17.
No, you feel a little woozy, but no, like, head throbbing hangovers.
I'll take it. I sleep in just a little longer.
Mm-hmm. I think there, as we are rising from the evening's revelry to figure out what we're going to do next, I would like to take our 15.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
So back at 55?
Could use a drink.
Or 55.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Alright, I'm gonna hit the pause. BRB.
Well, we
Unpause.
technically had dragons, so I think.
Yeah,
now
you've got
it's
dragon already. It's
right?
time for
Oh
dungeon.
my god, time for dungeon.
Yeah.
Alright. The winery's the dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone step into the basement of the it's the secret dungeon. We're actually
God.
moving the entrance to the dungeon of the Mad Mage to directly under Locust Tavern.
That sounds.
We
about
already
right.
have Troll School Alley.
I hope you're ready for a 3-book long mega dungeon before we get back to the main plot.
You know what? Sure.
Alright, anyway. We're not doing that. That is not canon.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, maybe another day.
You unpaused?
I did unpause. And in fact, all of that is on the recording. Not all of that.
okay.
All of the last, like, 3 minutes. Anywho. It is the morning. And some of you are a little hungover, but not too hungover. You got the
Wait,
day.
hang on. Hold up.
Yeah.
Did Fing and Frisk show up yesterday?
No.
Sons of bitches. I'm running them a nasty gram.
It's okay, my
A
friend also
nasty
didn't
girl.
show. Our friends
Wait.
abandoned us. How could they do this?
Rude.
Short notice.
Nasty gram time.
Had plans.
All right.
Was doing crime. Both of them.
Genuinely tragic.
Underground rave shit, and also other underground shit.
Real.
They were actually at the same place. It's weird. It's crazy.
Wild.
If they were just at another tavern.
Oh god.
Anyways, please continue. I need to write them a letter.
The grand opening for the Harvest Festival is not tonight, but tomorrow night.
Oh jeez. Okay.
And by night, I mean like 3 p.m. Early afternoon.
Halloween night. Kind
Sure.
of night.
Yeah. Enough so that the kids can get involved before everyone has to go to bed.
Oh, so are there like are there Harvest Festival after parties? Like
Oh,
just a
absolutely.
kid-friendly thing, and then
100%.
Ooh.
Although you would be fucking exhausted by that point, unless you came for like the last day or something.
Or
Wait,
if you
did we
don't
get
have
our outfits for the festival?
Haven't yet.
Is it time for another
We were told to
shopping episode?
We were told to wear red. I don't have red in my wardrobe.
There's definitely going to be... You definitely saw some clothing vendors going up at the festival, for sure.
We're also in the most fashionable city, probably in
This is true.
Rackentha. Might as well.
You can always come prepared.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. I feel like... Alright. Peshmina's definitely, like, not hungover really at all. It is just, like, trying to get things together so that we can actually, like, teleport. And then, like, Zeron's just shopping. It's just like... I mean...
You gotta make
yes,
it quick. If you want to be able to get to the winery today,
Yeah.
you're gonna want to make sure you are in Matla before the afternoon. Probably
Give
before
me
noon.
a half hour.
That's, I think... Okay, we can work with that. We can work with that.
A half hour.
As
And just
long as
zooms off.
Oh. Oh.
Off to
about
the
you,
little
Hassan,
fashion
do
quarter.
you-
And now I go to Pinterest.
What about you, Hassan? Are you, thinking about picking something up there or here?
I will pick up something at Matla. Tanaran fashion, extravagant, very, very well. Appreciate its history. Not my cup of tea.
I see. Reasonable.
Not to say that Matla is plain in comparison, but
Oh no, it is. It's just, there's just no need for grandstanding there is all.
yes.
Less of a,
Yes,
There's no
look,
contest.
yes, look, I guess you wouldn't know. We are going to a festival where they require, or Pashmina wants of us to wear red, because apparently they're within this confederation of cities. They have a little festival and everybody has to wear competing colors of their competing city or nation within a nation, so to say.
Loka seems to only be half paying attention to you as he writes this letter.
Oh,
He actually looks really glum while he's writing it.
oh,
Everything okay, Loka?
My
okay.
You know, I was having such a good time last night. I didn't even notice that Tristan thing didn't show up.
Oh,
Oh,
you're right. I didn't see either of them. Hmm.
So I'm writing them a letter. I'm trying not to be angry, but I kind of am. So I wrote, I wish you could have attended the grand opening yesterday. We had a blast. I will be leaving to Nora for Matla soon. Is that how you spell Matla? M-A-A-T-L-A?
M-A... Yeah. Two
Okay.
A's.
So I'll be leaving to Nora for Matla soon, so I guess I won't see you before I go. My manager Hammond is not clued in on the basement secret, so if you have any issues, just write me a letter or whatever. Does that sound good?
I mean, sounds like facts.
there's something my brother taught me to do when writing memos to other people. They always said, no matter if you want to see them again, always say, I can't wait to see you again, or I can't wait to talk to you again. Something, just always something to make
Talk
them.
soon.
I mean, if you are truly do wish to do that,
Of course.
then I would add it there. And I mean, I'm sure they. I don't know. Hopefully, I would hope that they had a good reason to not attend, and
Yeah, hopefully it's
maybe
just...
knowing that you are not. Well, that you are still their friend will be happy to hear that. Well, I don't know.
Hope to see you when I'm back in the city.
Yeah.
Look. Okay. Anyways, we have to wear red for this? Why?
Oh,
What's
I mean,
red?
you don't have to. It's just, it's part of the tradition of the Harvest Festival.
Well, you can choose red, yellow, or green, was it? Red, yellow,
Yes. To represent the 3 different city-states.
Well, I am green, so does that count?
I mean, the Gardish might try to claim you, but...
I mean, we could paint you red if you wanted. You could be red like a
Oh,
like a
no.
red dragon.
You have my attention.
I mean, at the very most, a scarf or something will do. That's... It doesn't have to be a big thing.
I got that red ribbon from Zoran's mom.
Oh, that would be cute.
Okay, Puppy, I'm sorry, I have to take this back from you.
Oh god, it smells like beaver. Whatever a beaver smells like, that's what that thing smells like now.
That's okay.
It smells like what? It smells like. What does a beaver even smell like?
Beaver. Hard to say.
Hard to say.
Hard to describe, really.
Like, it
You know.
can't be wet dog, right? It's not wet dog smell, because that's so specific, and they have
Well-
such a specific fur type. But
Yeah,
like,
it will just smell like wet beaver, you know.
Maybe more like a ferret or something, or like a wet ferret, which would be even stink. I know ferrets are real
what
stinky.
kind are beavers? Mustelids? What are beavers?
Maybe.
I think they might actually be rodents.
Is wet beaver stinky? Google, tell me.
Family. Castoridae.
They're the largest living rodents after capybaras.
They- Oh. Huh. So they probably actually might not smell all too bad.
No, I'm seeing that they smell like almost like vanilla, which I think is stupid. That can't be right.
Oh.
But
Maybe
is
like
weird.
not.
What? What do beavers smell?
that's literally what I typed in. I smelled
Wait,
is wet
did-
beaver stinky into Google.
Are beaver smelly? Yes, but not in the way that you think.
That's what I'm
actually-
reading.
What?
They actually smell quite good. Surprisingly, the substance smells like musky vanilla.
So,
Huh.
I
So
don't know.
just weird. Just a
They
weird
sort of
smell
were-
then. That's
like wild vanilla plants or whatever.
Maybe, yeah. Anyways,
with,
so
with a smidgen of animal. Like, jeez.
yeah, it's like if you smelled vanilla with wet dog. It smells good, but it still smells like wet dog.
God.
Not something you would want to put in your car for too long.
Well, luckily, it's going around my wrist, so
Okay.
Excellent.
I mean. Oh.
Is Zeron back after half an hour?
Exactly 33 minutes after.
Gotcha.
I just
How many
now-
outfits has Zeron returned with?
Only one. I'm just struggling to find one that I actually like. But it is just a single outfit. And it does have red in it.
Excellent. How extravagant are we going?
The general vibe I'm like kind of feeling because they're like, okay, Harvest Festival.
A little bit more rustic.
What do I know about it? I think they kind of figure it more like Halloween-esque.
Oh.
Gotcha, gotcha.
No. So it's like not costumey levels, but
A little spooky ooky.
But borders.
it's like I'm getting vampire vibes.
Gotcha.
I'm getting vampire vibes.
Good to know.
That's kind of
I'm also
adorable.
trying to find any outfit that isn't the red mage outfit.
yeah, that's tough.
But, while you continue to hunt Bitterweet, return shortly after. Let's go ahead and say you eat 10 gold for the outfit, assuming that it is pretty high key.
It's Zeron, it is high key.
Mm-hmm.
It's Zeron here, let's be real.
And you are together
Is to be
again.
expected.
10 gold, remove.
Okay, are we all ready to go?
Actually, I have to go do a thing yet too. I have to go make sure that everything is set up here. It won't take long, I promise.
Okay.
And Loka would like to find, because I'm thinking for like the I was thinking about this while we were on break. How did I put it? For basically like the flow of the story, essentially, or like I forget the exact verbiage, but anyways, I feel like it would make sense to have an easier way for Hammond to communicate with me.
Yeah, for sure.
And so getting him a sending stone.
Just for the two of you?
Yeah.
For sure. They're a little rarer, they're a little harder to find, so we're talking like probably 25, 30 gold for a pair for the two of you. But that seems like something you can handle. And honestly, that's probably something that comes out of your business budget.
Oh, you think?
I mean, you got left over.
That's true. All right, fine. I'll take it.
Which I think at this point, once the first payroll rolls over, that 1,000 gold is now spent.
Yeah, probably.
So, yeah, you do in fact get sending stones for the two of you, and kind of have a bit of correspondence to make sure that everything is fine and dandy.
Cool. So he knows that I will not be around. Actually, that probably would have been something that...
Seems like the kind of thing you'd probably have discussed.
Yeah, even before, like, during the hiring.
Mm-hmm. Like, I think Hammond is fully prepared to like, take this place over once you're gone.
Yeah. Cool. Alright. Yeah, that's all I really needed to do.
Alright. And back to the teleporter while it is still in the daylight. Put that young mage through his paces again.
Yes.
Probably getting sick of us at this point.
Not many people use it. There just aren't, like, knowledge of the various circles in the world is not a common thing to know. So, but he's there. People use it, and usually mages, scholars, like there are wizards in the world who use it, certainly. But not as free. You all probably have used it the most frequently recently. And kind of like, all right, let everyone in the middle do usually. Yeah, you all get it. All right. Gets the runes from Hassan, and in a flash, the four of you are sent into the space between space, and after a few gut-wrenching seconds, have your feet on tile back in the Temple of Bahamut.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. No trek through the mountains this time.
Nope, should be just nice, easy road. Only for a little while.
Oh, wow. This looks so nice.
As always, thanks to Istalri for providing such good assets.
Good shit. Legend.
God damn this. How on earth do you make just this temple? God, there's just so much to unpack with this temple.
I had to light it all. That took forever. Oh,
Does it have an interior?
it does.
I don't think I checked.
Sort of, kind of, yeah.
It has a tree.
There's a tree inside.
And some
Has a tree,
stairs.
has kind of, like a...
It's bigger on the inside.
It kind of suggests more than is actually there, but don't worry about it.
There are layers. It's a multi-tiered building.
I mean, you don't have to create. You don't have to create a extensive inner layout to get an idea across of a city.
This is true. Beep. All right. Festival preparations are accelerating. We are now to the most spare plaza and street space are becoming occupied by booths. There are boats constantly up and down the three rivers. You see more arbiters in town and around. You see more people bearing the kind of like drabs of those who you've been told and met previously all the way back in Althra. I think one of you actually does spot Claude, the arbiter from Fandil, who you'd previously met in Tanara, but then probably lose him in the crowd immediately after as things are busy. You'll likely get a chance once again later.
Yeah, I figured.
Additionally, you start to see a few more people wearing the raiments of Bahamut kind of milling about. Looks like they are kitted out to be kind of like first aid, like healers, spread out, especially right now during construction, to make sure no one like puts a nail through a hand, or less OSHA, more being there to patch someone up when they put a nail through their hand, while they're putting up their various booths and tents and banners and tables.
Accidents happen. So, gonna go retrieve Millie and Twig. Is also going to briefly consider, like, we could probably afford a cart again if we really wanted.
Probably, yeah.
Both for convenience's sake and also just, like...
I think there are actually a lot of people extremely willing to sell you their carts, just so that they no longer have to deal with them in this space anymore.
Ooh.
Like, there are people who, I think there are people who are, there are people who are offering for you to take their carts for as little as, like, 3 gold. Just to get it out of here.
That is pretty reasonable.
They're very plain. These are very much like cargo carts. This is literally like a platform and 2 wheels that you hitch to a couple of pack animals.
That's basically what we had before, as far as I remember.
Yep.
I think Bashmino would be willing to front that. Like, that's for the convenience of not having to walk anymore. Oh. There. No more mountains. No more. We got flat road and a cart.
Perfect.
Ugh.
All right.
Yeah, be glad that you weren't there for all of that, Loka. It was miserable.
How is it so bad?
Well, I mean, for one, it was climbing a mountain, up and down. The down wasn't so bad, but up was... The weather was bad, and yeah. And also, the other stuff, but...
Although, I mean, besides that, it was actually quite refreshing in some aspects. Found an abandoned castle, very nice. Like very old architecture, like the stuff we'd been seeing before, you know?
Is there anything good there?
Oh,
A book.
yeah, there was a very, very, very old book, like like as old as the castle itself, preserved under a little flagstone. A wonderful find, and probably maybe one of the only of its kind, truly. And I mean, most of it was just complaints, but in the right hands. Of course. It is an amazing find. It was an amazing find. Nothing you'd be interested in, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a book, I guess, right?
Yes, but it's a very old book. The kind you will never find again.
Even I have to admit that it was, at least... I mean, the rarity of it alone was kind of... I don't think I've ever heard of anything from... any artifacts from the previous existing nation.
Yes, which is why I sent it straight back home.
Well, maybe that'll help you with your defense.
Oh, there is no helping that, I'm afraid.
Oh, well. Uh-oh.
Pats Hasan on the back.
I'm...
I figure we're trundling down the road at this point.
If you would like to be, for sure. Easy enough to do so. It's beautiful out. Pretty clear sky. Starting to get some sense of that kind of crisp autumn breeze. The trees are certainly starting to turn, especially as you head deeper into Fendil. And Fendil is... It's in the stage of harvest, frankly. It's lots of big, long, wide, rolling fields, much of which had previously been occupied by rows and rows and rows and rows of various fruits, plants, flowers, etc. But harvest is coming in. Luckily, a lot of the plants grown in Fandil continuously produce, so it's not like the fields are bare as they probably would be in Toch for grain fields. But there is certainly a slight air of urgency as on your travels down toward the winery. You see many more people traveling the opposite direction, headed into Central Mala.
How many are just like completely loaded down?
Most of them. It is for coming out of Fandil, it is a hard split between the various orchards and vineyards and such, like tradesmen coming into town ready to run their booths and be merry and and then these carts that are just loaded with people. Like a covered wagon, and there's got to be like 20 people inside of it, just like on top of each other, like completely crammed in there. Most of them are definitely already a little tipsy, heading downtown and ready to party for the weekend.
Yeah, I was wondering something like, so I bet there are a few where some people are just like hanging off the sides, swinging around.
Absolutely.
Like with like a label party wagon,
singing songs, bantering.
God, now I just want to think of wagon street racing, like
oh no.
Like, what is the stereotypical medieval fantasy version of a VW bus with like shag carpet and a minibar?
Oh god.
Jesus.
Getting an early start.
Covered carriage. It's probably like...
There's a wizard painted on the side of it, as is tradition.
Goofy.
Jesus.
Goofy.
You've got half a day's travel. It's a very pleasant ride, and not altogether too long.
I think Peshmina is... tail starts kind of like swishing, but in like faster and more nervous the longer they ride.
Aeson will briefly be writing a letter to Toshi saying, I guess just like, he'll be writing one of his like, just normal letters to Toshi saying, oh hey, this is what's happening. I hope everything is going okay with you, and we'll just see Pashmina and wagging tail and say, excited?
In some ways, yeah.
Ah. Nerves as well, I see.
I mean... this will be the first time I've seen them in... Just kind of thinks about how long it's been. Tail, like, flicks a little bit faster.
Well, it's not like you left on bad terms, is it?
I guess... Look, I don't want it to... When we parted, it wasn't exactly happy. Not... I don't think for either of us, for any of us. I feel like I'm making it seem as though, like, their choice to send me to the monastery makes a lot of sense in retrospect, and I wasn't happy with it, but I understand it now, and I don't think that they're bad people, and I feel like I've had time to I don't know, grow and understand that. But it is... I mean, it feels strange just because, I mean... I love them, and I haven't seen them in a very long time. And the last
Something
time...
something you just can't quite put your finger on, can't bring to words.
I mean...
It's
The
alright.
last time I saw them, I was kind of like gestures, and I was like about this tall, and it was like literally like half her height. And now I'm just a full-grown person. I don't know. We don't. I guess it's hard because we don't really know each other anymore. Except we do.
I could tell you a whole. I figured I could tell you a whole story about parents reuniting with long-lost children. There are many of those, but I'm sure you don't want to be bored by it. Let's just say, if the stories are at all true, parents have a tendency to accept children, or at least the good ones, accept their children no matter how long ago they saw them. Or the love never truly dies, and will treat them as though they had never left. At least that's how it goes in the stories.
Take kind of deep breath in, deep breath out. I hope you're right.
Heisan thinks for a moment. Or they could have called. Or yeah, Heisan would be stupid enough to say this. Or of course they could be under the same impression as that young fool that you were somehow kidnapped by us. But
I think her tail almost like ties itself in a fucking knot. I mean, that's not the impression I got, but I... Oh, shut up. Thump, thump.
Whacking against the side of the cart.
Now it's just annoyed cat lapping. Little cat. Either way, I'm sure Loco will rub off on them quite well. He always seems to do that, don't you, Loca?
I'm very good at the wheeling and dealing of social circles, so yes.
You are a little social butterfly, this is true.
I believe you mean social dragon.
No.
I appreciate the thought there, Heisan.
You're very welcome. See, I'm getting better at compliments.
It's almost like you two like each other now.
Ugh.
We're all just such good friends here. We're all good besties.
Aww.
It is not long before the winery comes into view. Even at a distance, now kind of in the afternoon, having left in the late morning, you can tell from here easily, as with everyone else, the winery is in last-minute preparations mode. You see a good number of people in the fields even still, picking crops. You see a lot of people loading wagons. You see actually several wagons pass you on the way back towards Central Matla, bearing the Rosegrove family crest. each usually with single riders. It looks like they're kind of packed for staff efficiency as much as they can. Can only spare so many people to ride out, as they likely won't be returning until after the festival. And there is, yes, certainly an amount of hustle and bustle. Pashmina, the fields have definitely been reorganized somewhat, replanted, modified, fiddled with, as is your folks want to do with the winery as a whole, but the hills, the landscape where the old knobbly trees are, it's all the same. You can't hide that sense of home. Even though the finishing touches have changed somewhat over the years. And it's not long before your cart trundles up to the estate nestled within the winery. Beep. Beep. Let's see if we can
Straight up.
light this a little different.
Oh, new board! Oh, it's so pretty!
beautiful.
Oh my god!
That is absolutely beautiful.
Oh, I'm glad you guys like that.
Oh, this
I'm
is
just-
absolutely precious.
There's a hedge maze. Look, that alone makes this.
So, I'll be back.
Oh, this is so
I tried to mess with the
cute.
lighting and I think I fucked it up, so I'm
no.
going back. Alright, there we go.
Oh, this is precious.
I mean, I can help
it's-
change the lighting if you need.
No, I think this is fine. I tried to be like, well, let's brighten this up a little bit, and I just immediately overblown the whole thing, even with the exposure. So we're gonna leave it how it is. It is early afternoon.
So
It's a little overcast. So as such, as Zoran, I think this may be a little surprising to you, as like certainly this is an estate. This is not the kind of homely town of a single farmer, but it becomes clear pretty quickly as you approach that this is facilities for quite a large number of people. This is not like a two-person townhouse. This is residents and staff and
absolutely,
crafting
yeah.
and branding. Like this
Yeah.
is the centerpiece of the estate's operations.
This is the bourgeois farmer's house.
Oh, it's more like the
I was gonna say, Ovestein and Wilmorn would have some difference.
less bourgeois, more commune.
I see.
Co-op.
Yes, precisely.
It's a multi-family home.
Yeah.
And frankly, most of the various workers don't pay you a lot of mind, as they are all frantically packing carts with product to be able to get to Central Matla in a timely manner.
Out of curiosity, is there are crenellations like, oh, this is almost a fortification, like it is have a sort of fortification. Are there guards?
No.
That's interesting.
I think Pashmina would eventually. I don't think she would quite go all the way up to the house. I think she would slow the cart down at some point and try to get anyone's attention. Like,
As soon as you try to flag people down, it's not too hard. Like, one of the folks packing the orange just like, oh, hey, what can I do you for? What's going on?
Are Mama and Papa home? Wilmorn and Ovestein?
They definitely give you a look at that, and they're like, there's like oh, cool, a weird tiefling. And then there's like a little glimmer of recognition. But not for you as a person, necessarily. It's odd. It's an odd look. And then they go like, oh, yes, I think Wilmorn's, I'll get at least one of them. I think Ovestein's in the greenhouse. Give me a moment. And they'll kind of like rush out to the house, and they'll kind of like, you're out here kind of waiting for like couple minutes pass, couple more minutes pass, And then they hop out again and kind of like hustle over to you and it's just like, yes, please leave your cart wherever there's room, just not in the road, preferably. Wilmorn's in the foyer. I'm gonna go get Ophistine, okay?
Okay. All right. Just kind of pulls the cart off to the side and just kind of looks to everyone else, just like, I guess, come walk with me.
Of course. It's your home.
I guess so. Kind of like walks past the gate. Almost looks a little like, I feel like she has that sort of just like, I don't even know. Like, this is almost like a dream, right? Of just like, it's familiar, but also it's been so long, and people don't seem to like really recognize her. And I don't know how much she recognizes some of these workers either.
The vast majority of these workers, you have no recognition of. They are fully new to the winery.
Because like a full decade has passed. So yeah, just like it's familiar but different, and it's just different enough that it's like she doesn't feel secure enough to like do much.
As the four of you go through the front doors into the entryway, just before entering the foyer, you see on a little entrance table beside a lovely bouquet of various colored roses is very recognizable to Peshmina, the doll your mother had made to look just like you, that has clearly been given a small place of reverence on this little entry table.
It's like I died. I feel like Peshmina looks at it and is like, aw, but also like, oh, do people think I'm dead? This is,
And you
Well,
hear
we'll need to find out.
from the foyer as the door kind of closes behind you with a thump. You hear Peshmina? Mimi?
Oh no!
That was not a good time to take a drink.
Very curious, concerned
Oh no.
Wilmorn from the foyer.
Oh god. I think not even saying like a word or anything, she just like hears this old nickname, fucking head whips around and just like darts around the corner. Just completely forgets that the rest of you are even fucking there.
Running around the corner, you see your father, Wilmorn, still as kind of rosy-cheeked as ever. But as soon as you make eye contact, you can clock that he's a little older. His hands are a little bit more worn. He's kind of doesn't really know what to say, but as soon as you make eye contact, he is rushing toward you.
Peshmina 100% reciprocates. Like, I don't think she even gets a word in. I don't think she has words. It's just like it is a little girl again, basically. It's just completely forgotten everything else.
I think Wilmorn clearly, huge embrace, immediately tears in his eyes, and definitely goes out of muscle memory, out of decade-old muscle memory, to try and lift you up and swing you around in his arms, and then goes, oh, okay, no, can't do that anymore. Okay.
I think with just like a watery laugh, and it's just like, not so easy now, is it?
No, it's not. Oh, gods.
Where's Mama?
I'm sure she'll be here short. And I think those of you still in the entryway, door flies open behind you.
This is like a full drama playing out in front of all of you.
Like there is a dart as the active hug between you and your papa gets impacted by Ophelia coming in behind you as Ophelia and Ophistine.
I'm sorry, it's gonna be the same problem as fucking Zerga and
Ophistine and
always.
Wilmorn just sandwich you.
Hello.
Hi, darling. Oh, it's been a while. You're so big. Here, Will, off, Will. Let's get a look. And kind of like shoes separates briefly. Wilmorn like very hesitantly like releases his hug, and they both just kind of like have a look at you. You're so much bigger than you were. Oh, gods. Oh. There's a tinge as they look at you, kind of look you up and down, and all the ways you are the same and all the ways that you are different. Unmistakably, the same. They're a little girl, but hardened face, jaw, muscles.
Oh god.
You...
That monk dancer life.
Are you carrying your glaive?
Ooh, I think she left that on the cart.
Do you have any equipment on you?
Maybe the meteor hammer on her hip, but like...
Kind of the raiments of a traveler, at least.
Right, yeah.
And there is a distinct... a look of having missed so much in the interim in both of their eyes. A glimmer of love, but also of time lost between you. I'm sorry. Who are your friends?
Mama, Papa, these are my friends. Hason, Loka, and Zaron. Kind of comes back over to the three of you.
Hello.
Forgive us. I hope we are not intruding on your...
No, please, have sit wherever you want, on the tables, chairs, whatever. I don't think I have very many words right now.
Do you have a surface I can sit on while wet? Because I am always wet.
You know what? Just pick a table. I think we'll figure it out later.
Okay.
We've got some stone countertops, I suppose.
We thank you for your hospitality.
Ooh, polite.
But
all right.
Please, you needn't worry about us.
All right.
There are more important things to focus on now. Just kind of looks over to Pashmina and just gives her a smile.
I think she reaches over and squeezes Zaron's hand. I mean, I think it matters. I mean, maybe I'm just being sentimental all of a sudden, but these three people have gotten me through some very difficult things, so...
we're very appreciative. Any friend of Pashmina's family in our home. We have so much to talk about. I don't even know where to start. How are you here? Why? What's it's and so it's the festival.
There's a lot of ground to cover. Yes. Oh boy. Okay. Well, we got.
You know what? Let's start with the tea. Let's start with tea. Tea's a good place to start. Wilmorn like fucking runs off to the kitchen. Comes back in like less than a minute with a tray and a teapot and cups.
I think Peshmina will kind of like signal for everyone else to like sit where they please.
Luca's just trying to not get your house wet.
I feel like eventually over the sending stones is just like, if a cushion gets wet, it's not a big deal. It'll hang it to dry or something. Don't worry so much.
Okay, but you know, it looks expensive, so I don't want to ruin it.
No, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Luca finds the cushiest cushion.
Immediately begins soaking it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
As if they will even notice right now.
They do not. They do not and will not. For sure.
Oh gosh. Short version, long version, all the way back, recent. How?
We are. So. We'd been sending letters back and forth with the monastery, and then that stopped.
Right. From my end, the way that went was I was getting your letters, and I was trying my best to respond, but every time I wrote something, they would, they reviewed that sort of thing. So every time I tried to send a letter, they would review it, and then not approve it. I would have to rewrite it to their liking. And I did that for a very long time. And then I'm sorry, but I just got tired of it. They weren't letting me say the things I wanted to say, so...
That sounds very cruel. And I suppose we didn't stop writing letters when you did. Did you keep receiving them?
I'm actually not sure.
No, you did not.
No. Okay.
The letters that came in stopped roughly when you stopped sending them.
Okay, that would make sense to me. All right. Once I stopped trying to send any, I never got any back.
Then it sounds like they might have been... It's an awful thing to do to a family.
I feel like I said it in our more recent letters, but I don't blame you for any of it. They lied to you. They lied to us. That seems like all they know how to do is lie. So...
despite saying so, there are definitive looks of guilt across both of their faces. Could have done more. What's past is past, and the only thing to do is to work through it in the present. But we've said so in the letters. I think it would be remiss not to say so very directly that we are sorry, and will, like, hold your hand in theirs.
There's definitely a moment where it's like, Peshmina looks like she's about to fucking crumble again, and just breathes and reels it back in. That is good to hear. I wish I could say that I wasn't angry and bitter during my time there, but I was. I really was. But, I don't know, you grow up and you learn more, and it's unfortunate, but it does make sense in retrospect.
We were very scared that we wouldn't be able to care for you, and they said they knew how. We know that was a mistake now. What about since then? You said you'd been with a traveling performance troupe for a time?
After I left the monastery, I found Tanya's traveling tale tellers. They've kept me afloat for a while now. I learned how to dance. And among other things, but if I feel like she seems talking about them kind of like mood lighten slightly, but then it's like hard to like. She kind of keeps getting lost.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think kind of in likewise fashion, you see that Wilmorn has put like 8 cubes of sugar into his tea, has just been like progressively adding sugar to his tea while listening, and just like not paying attention whatsoever to that.
Papa, I think, puts like a hand over his.
You clearly see him go through the calculation of, well, I have to drink it now. And Ophistine, like, reaches over and, like, removes the sugar with a little bit of tea from him to prevent him from drinking it.
I mean, that's... Honestly, finding them was probably one of the best things that could have happened after everything. It gave me time to think and remember how to be someone who wasn't a mentee of the monastery.
They sound delightful.
They're good people.
And you've been traveling since then. You find yourself among interesting company now. kind of like looks over the little merry band of misfits sitting
Sits
in
up
their
just a
living
little
room.
straighter now in their seat.
Loka's like kicking his legs.
I mean, it's kind of hard to explain the circumstances that brought us all together, but, well, and you should all introduce yourselves, and I can't speak for everyone, of course.
Well, you've talked to me a little bit about one of you.
Mild fear.
Oh. I'm trying to figure out. Are you gonna take it upon yourself to, like...
Me?
No, sorry. It sounded like Keisan was about to speak.
Oh, I thought, were you inviting everybody to introduce themselves?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
I'm
she
not
was.
quite sure what that means. I'm Heisan, a traveling scholar, so to say. I met Pashmina and Tanya's, performed with them for a brief amount of time, then ended up traveling with them for a good bit. A very good listener, very inquisitive again. I couldn't have, and also just entertaining to be around. I could not ask for a better friend currently.
Oh.
There's honestly not too much to say about me other than that. Cloistered scholar, the lot.
You seem like quite the intellectual.
Ah, thank you.
Real thinker.
Yes, thank you.
Sometimes a little too hard.
I will take that as a compliment.
Well, I'm Loka. I just opened up a tavern in Tinara yesterday.
They
And
look surprised.
it's called the Dragon's Hoard if you ever want to go there. It's in Trollscar Alley.
Loka, we just
Um,
met the parents. We're already doing advertising.
Look,
It's
it's
important.
to
It's just
me.
yesterday. I think Pashmina is just like he worked very hard on it. He's very
I
proud.
did. I met Pashmina. It was a long time ago, wasn't it? Technically,
We met like 3 years ago. I mean,
that's what I thought.
I met you before I met Tanya's, actually.
But anyways, so we've known each other, and we just reconnected, and now we're traveling together, and I don't think I'm allowed to say anything else about myself.
Brow furrows, eyebrow raise a bit.
A very historied person will say.
I see.
Look is a good one.
No,
Don't-
I'd imagine anyone who's your friend is. I'd hope you do keep good company, don't you? You're not in with some sort of hooligans.
Can I roll a deception for a smile?
Absolutely, you can.
I love and hate this all at once.
I think both
No.
Wilmorn and Ophistine currently have like a -10 to perception while Peshmina is in the room.
God.
Okay. Well, I got a 13.
13.
So...
All right, so they need to roll a 23.
God.
They do not. They in fact roll a 7. So
Yeah, so the rest of you just see Loka like
deeply convincing smile
a
to them.
a really like Ha ha ha! Smile. You know what I mean?
That was a good one.
Yeah, no hooligans here.
No.
Yes,
Never even
Loka-
heard of the word before.
Yes, Loka truly is an upstanding member of society with no terrible.
Oversending stun. Shut up, Hassan! Shut up! Shut up!
And then I believe I've been, Mimi and I had a few letters back and forth, and I believe she may have mentioned, I believe you're Zoran?
I am. And just kind of like side eyes over to Pashmina.
Is not looking at you, definitely looking everywhere but at you. It's also just like, Mom.
It's an absolute honor to meet the both of you finally. I truly wish I had much to speak of myself, but there really isn't a whole lot to say. I've been traveling with your daughter for some time now, and might I say it's been an absolute pleasure the entire time. You raised a lovely young one.
Ophistein looks at Pashmina pointedly.
I mean, I would say a turbulent time, all things considered. But made all the better for. I think she's too embarrassed.
All right,
All the better with
enough.
good company.
I'll stop teasing you.
Well, if you are entirely worried, I can say with extreme confidence this time that Zoran is perhaps one of the most upstanding members of society that you can get. Honestly, very high up there.
Trying
It's
so
very
hard
high.
not to be super embarrassed.
And I'm so glad the two of you have a chaperone. Clearly, gestures at Hasan.
Truly.
Yes.
Never a dull moment.
I think he fancies himself a ringleader sometimes.
I would do anything for my students.
I don't think I've ever seen a bird in the circus.
Fighting the urge to just kind of like kick Hasan under the table.
Yeah.
Fighting the urge.
And a good, he saw him, at the word circus, kind of, twitches, that is a kind of word, how dare you? And almost goes to say something, but just, this is her parents, no, beyond behavior.
Shut up.
Loka does say something
Oh,
because he thinks of ringleader in a very different light. So when you say he fancies himself something of a ringleader, it's like
Supposed to be the ringleader.
Who's supposed to be the ringleader?
I thought so. Am I wrong?
Wait, sorry. You're literally the first word cut out said something's supposed to be the ringleader. I'm supposed to be the ringleader.
I just said I thought I'm supposed to be the ringleader.
I mean, you are. You are when we. You are when we need a cheery face. Yes.
I mean, you're definitely the front man, is what I would call you.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to think about this now.
Well, since you've talked, how about we talk a little bit about what's going on around here?
Yes, please.
We would love to know about you because, this sounds so facetious, and I'm sorry that it came out that way, but for real, we all really love Pashmina, and so we all really want to know, who you are and, that kind of good stuff.
I inherited the farm and my dear Will. We fell in love elsewhere. Long story short, the two of us are the inheritors of the grove, but we rather like it how it is presently. The kind of open. If anyone wants to work on the Rose Grove farm, they may, and we do our best to give everyone skills and training. And it's kind of our baby. We love the land with our lives. Frankly, I think both of us have more rose thorn pricks than one should in an entire lifetime. But no, we've been here what feels like a whole lifetime, and Fandil has been delightful and wonderful to all of us, and we have in turn tried to be kind to everyone else. We're very excited about the Harvest Festival this year. We've got a lot. We're kind of going all out on our little booth this year. Will had the great idea to do corsages with our roses for the young Fandilish folk looking to find love under the stars. But a bit of a damper on the mood because of the talk with the arbiters.
The referendum.
Yes. I assume you aren't familiar, or you've heard of it.
You had told us, or rather me, about the referendum, but everyone else I've asked has been very cagey about it.
We've since spoken to Claude about it. The arbiters are planning on holding a vote of the population of Matla in, I think, just over a month's time at this point to make an official decision. Our neighbors to the northwest have, well, they've been growing for a long time now, and it has come time that they have decided to make demands.
What?
The Northwest makes demands.
The coalition. Discussed via emissary with the arbiters. The coalition has decided to give the people of Matla a decision, that being become part of the coalition, or I guess become the part of the coalition voluntarily, or become part of the coalition involuntarily. And in the last couple of months, we've been starting to see monsters, things in the sky coming from above their lands. We've seen it does not feel an empty threat. And they know we have no army, we have no warriors, we don't. If it should come to blows, what would we be fighting with? Pitchforks? That is not to say some seem to feel very strongly that we should start preparing now, others. And it is not as if things will largely change. There's a long legal negotiation in store should we agree. They've lined out some of their guidelines already. It's a whole ordeal. That we be given representation under the banner of the Haraxan Coalition as all the other states within the coalition. That each region of Fandil be assigned a representative, and those representatives be their advocates within the courts of Harax. But that's not really the decision needing to be made. It's whether we choose to band together and fight or not. And
I mean, it's... Ashmina looks shocked. That's horrible.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And it's... I mean, you think they would have learned, you think they would know better than to... This is...
I fear that because so many here still remain touched and stained by the war, if given the opportunity to repeat such tragedy, I think most in Matla will simply refuse. That better to be subsumed and lose some of our freedoms than to undergo such a tragedy again. Wilmorn looks fussed. Kind of clearly in the way that, like, oh no, someone brought up the topic at Thanksgiving that this guy doesn't like. Right? Like, he's got terminal grumpy uncle face right now. Clearly has thoughts, but is kind of keeping to himself about it.
I mean... I wouldn't blame people, it's not as though... But it's still just... I guess... Part of the reasons we came all this way in the first place is because of all the strange things we've encountered in our travels. And it all adds up to what you just said. We've been meeting these agents of the Coalition, these people called the Talons, trying to do things in other lands, trying to influence things, doing really terrible things.
I don't see why. Just leave people alone, you know? Like, everyone's doing great. We're all thriving. Why would you... It's good for no one. He gets a little harumphy. Kind of like buries himself in a cup of tea.
Oh.
So if the festival's a little dire...
I guess that explains why.
It's hard to, sometimes a little hard to get into your celebration while there is an over
on the horizon.
Sense of dread, at least. I don't think things will happen quickly, thank gods, but with the vote far enough away to feel distant, but close enough to be urgent, I think everyone's... It's weighing heavy on a lot of minds.
Is there really no talk of... What about... I mean... I know Anaro doesn't have, like... such a large militia or anything, but...
Many who are coming out in favor of resistance are saying that our first step should be to seek out allies. Our relationship with Brodor is tenuous, but they are definitely our nearest. And while Tanara has their own concerns and frankly a mountain range of protection between themselves and the Haraxan Coalition, They are not far off, and
I mean, it takes only a river to get
hate-
between the two.
I hate to think tactics. It's distasteful. This I resent more than I think in the moments that it consumes our minds more than anything else. That we are forced to think about it because it is necessary to do so. I just want to... I've let several of my plants die in the greenhouse. Just mindlessly watering or fertilizing. It's been bad all around. I caught some of our workers crying in the cupboards the other night thinking about it. And I understand why the Arbiters want to keep it, relatively speaking, on the down low. It's not something that needs to be discussed with outsiders, but there are others saying that we should be alerting others to the threat now, while we still have a chance to do so.
I think we had heard from Althra, at least, that they're aware of the beasts flying over the Coalition. I don't know what that will mean for them, if anything at all, but it is being noticed.
Maybe far distant allies. But a distant ally is still an ally. And by gods, the Thronians have coin. So... And it's something I intend to discuss with other... I think there's going to be some closed-door proceedings during the festival, where some of the more influential families from around Matla may do some airing, clearing the air in regards and seeing how we want to handle this.
Well, I do hope you move quickly.
But carefully. It's unfortunate when needs require both. Quick makes mistakes, but not quickly enough is as bad as not making a decision at all.
If what we've seen is correct, the Coalition has been preparing for this eventuality for several years. This is hardly surprising, and with only 3 months to prepare, you will have to move quickly.
Say this like we're in charge of anything. But
I mean,
no,
you talk
I understand.
About a closed room. It's gonna be a closed room of what?
Farmers.
Yes. I mean, maybe
a
the
merchant
Gardish
here or
can hold their owns in their forests, but that's not the same as...
Like I said, we'll talk about it. We have no love of making our sons and daughters into soldiers. She says that and then looks at you, and there is a sadness. Kind of eyeballing your physique.
I feel like even if there's not any like recent evidence of, well, I don't know. I feel like she would hide her knuckles for some reason.
Like wrap them or something.
Like kind of pull a sleeve sort of over her hands a bit. Oh.
But, these are matters to be discussed amongst ourselves. I apologize for bringing the atmosphere down with such talk. It's harvest time! It's the harvest festival. Oh, boy. But we are genuinely excited. I think there is going to be... I think it's going to be a lot this year. I think there may be a combination of dour spirits, but also potentially quite frenzied celebration in aid of some well-needed revelry. Do you all intend to attend, or are you on your way as soon as you can be?
Oh no, I think we'll be staying for the festival and whatever other announcements need to be made.
We have a couple of spare tents, if you want to stay in the Rose Grove Pavilion.
That sounds lovely.
Stay nearby so you can get morning hugs.
I think that would be nice.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's very generous.
Can I get morning hugs too?
I think they look a little off-put and go, yes, of course. Wait, why not? Morning hugs for everyone.
Yay, everybody gets morning hugs!
Gods. Just, maybe have a towel between you.
No, I'm joking. Why don't
You
I
do
mean, I'd
seem...
love to hug.
You do seem, well moisturized.
That's a very polite way of putting it. Thank you.
I can dry him off. I can easily dry him off if you like.
Oh, but it's so uncomfortable for him. Don't do that.
Hey, son, if you touch me, I will break all of your fingers.
Just like,
To just try and like stop that conversation.
It's not like thinks like just trying to think of a way to come back, but then thinks, wait, you can and would literally actually do that. I have absolutely no. I would have no way of defending myself.
Ha ha, funny joke, you two. Please don't enact physical violence upon each other in front of my family. They're such kidders.
Well, I must say thank you very much to the both of you for taking time out of, I know, your busy schedules to meet with us.
Of course, and we'll be around, like, if you'd like to come back up, we're planning on... The last of our carts should be out tomorrow, just ahead of the opening ceremony for the festival. If you'd like to lend a hand to help us get set up, we'd be more than willing to accept the help. And yes, otherwise, and tonight, we've got plenty of beds. Most of our staff have gone already, so... Please, stay the night, have some wine, do whatever you'd like. I'm just happy to have
Thank you.
Have you home. I think, Augustine goes to the entryway and grabs the little doll, of Peshmina and gives it back and like, sorry, I was keeping this for you, ever since you wrote your letter back. I needed to... It's been in my room, I think it needed to be out so I could see it. But it's not mine.
Well, I mean, in a way, if you want to keep it, you can.
I'd much rather be able to see the real thing.
Well, I'll oblige as much as possible then.
And please, we do have a bit more work to do before the evening's over, but peruse the grounds, run around, climb a tree, do whatever you want. Most of the...
Help with all that?
If you'd like, most of it's just packing wagons.
I don't know why I decided to take a big sip right after I said that.
Help you.
Sure. Yeah. Here. Will, would you mind? Will's all right. On it. We'll get back to his work and getting kind of directing operations and making sure everything gets packed away.
I do
Always so helpful.
hate to be a bother, but you would not happen to have a small communal library, would you? Would you?
Oh, I mean, we've got some books. It's. I think a library would be calling it a little extravagantly, but we do have a nook, a little reading nook. Small collection of books that everyone kind of takes in and out.
That's all. That is perfectly fine. That is perfectly acceptable, and is actually just what I need. Thank you very much.
She'll give you a little pointer. It's just like up the stairs and around the corner.
Heisan will make his way there, because now Heisan has some letters to write.
Sounds good. And now it is Ophistine and Zoran and Peshman.
Yep.
You have something you want to say,
Perfect.
Heisan?
No. Not yet.
Ophistine takes a long sip of tea.
I guess I could show Zoran around the grounds?
Of course! Absolutely! Yeah,
As long as it isn't too much trouble.
no, it's even less trouble than usual.
Thank you.
He's so polite.
I know. Okay. Well, I guess just follow me.
Of course. And to you, madam, if you need any help at all, please do not hesitate to call upon me.
Gracious.
And very polite bow. And we'll go follow
I think she kind of eyes your tail as you leave.
Yeah.
On the
that's
way
fine.
out. Is just like, I don't think I noticed that before. All right. Interesting.
Peshmina starts to leave and then, like, has a thought and then quickly goes back and, like, it gives her mom another hug and it says, "That's from Aunt Ophelia."
Oh, right. You said you'd been in Anara. Thank you. I'll make sure to. I need to write her a letter soon.
You should. It seems like you two haven't really been in contact recently.
No, it's been complicated.
I understand. Anyways, kind of goes back to right this way.
Where would you like to go?
I don't even.
Want to just wander?
That's probably the closest thing to what happens.
The winery it is.
Sure. I think specifically there's one place that he would love to see, and it's just her favorite place to hang out.
Bored.
Oh, this is so cute.
Hannah was very busy.
Oh, this is so cute.
So many boards.
There are, in fact, 4 boards just for different locations in the estate.
Oh my god.
That's so good.
Wow.
Oh, gazebo.
It's the flowers growing on it. Oh.
And to be clear, like, this is a little piece. The groves themselves would be like the actual like planted roses and stuff would be like almost as far as you could even see.
Acres upon acres.
Yeah.
The Rosegrove estate as a whole it
almost
includes an enormous amount of farmland.
Walking all the way back up to the winery is actually kind of it's
a little bit of a hike.
A little bit. It's not too bad, but it's like it's this evolution of like, okay, coming into the winery, it's like the winery's the first thing you come in contact with, and then the roads back towards like the estate. You have like the rows and rows of flowers that then sort of devolve into just like it's botanical gardens at that point. Like it's
Wow.
it's all types of flowers. It's so much, and it's sprawling.
Wow.
I feel like there's not as much bloom as there would be in like the summertime or like the spring, but there's definitely like the final sort of like late autumn blooms that are like just about to be cut for like the winter time. So a non-zero amount of roses for sure.
Oh yeah.
I think as we're walking, just like, sorry if that was a bit much.
Oh no, it's quite all right.
They really are sweet people. They're just it's not usually quite so. And there's a lot more going on than I thought, actually.
They seem like wonderful people. How are you doing?
It's surreal. For all the place has changed, it also hasn't really. They've changed a little bit, but not much. Well, they've changed in ways that I think are hard to actually see. I guess it's actually kind of... It's almost reassuring because if I had changed and they hadn't, that would have felt... It seems like maybe we're on more even footing than I thought.
That I can understand. Welcome home, Pashmina.
Thank you.
You have a beautiful home. Truly, I have never seen anything quite like this.
What can I say? It's just got lucky, I guess.
Truly. It's beautiful. You were right about the colors.
I mean, with all the trees having gone so yellow and orange, it seems even more vibrant than usual. But it's always a little bit like this.
I like it. It feels oddly nostalgic, even though it very much isn't. Puts me at peace.
You could probably see why the people who live here would have a hard time wrapping their heads around the prospect of what the coalition is propositioning them with.
Absolutely. Goodness, I can only imagine what the leaders of the coalition are thinking right now. And honestly, I don't even want to think about it.
No, I don't either.
It won't happen.
I wish I could believe that right now, and I want to do everything in my power to prevent it. All I know right now is I don't want anyone to get hurt.
I know. I know. We're only a few. But we are doing everything we can. And we pray. But I believe we can make somewhat of a difference.
This might be a bit unfair to ask you specifically, but I mean, if the worst really were to come true, do you think Althra would help intervene? At all?
This is out of character because I'm trying to switch from like Zoran to like Erasmus here. I'm just like, ugh.
Optimistically or realistically?
Honestly, I think it's gonna go realistic. What I think is no.
It's politically not a bad move to support Matla.
Mm-hmm.
Because frankly, politically, most of the city-states, nation-states of Rackentha know that Matla's kind of defenseless.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, attacking them, it's a bad look.
Yeah.
And as such, defending them is a good look. But the people you're going to have to convince... So, allying with Matla would be a popular move for Althra. But you wouldn't need... The people you'd need to convince aren't, frankly, the Hawk Guard and the Sultanate.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Monetarists. Those are the people who you're going to have to actually convince to allow the coffers to be opened. Because frankly, as much as the Hawk Guard would like to help, they're already small enough, they've got their own problems, and would be moving an entire continent away in order to attempt to support physically.
Yeah.
But
like,
that doesn't mean they
of...
couldn't support with goods. Especially, like, one of the big things that Althra has, goods-wise, that Matla frankly doesn't, is mining industry. Is metals, fine crafted goods, arms and armor, stuff like that. And again, those are moves that would require convincing the money makers and merchants guilds of Althra.
Mm-hmm. And even then, it's such a far ways away. We would have to be crossing over into a lot of different territories.
Yeah. So, realistically, it's a hard 50-50 split. But politically and optimistically, it would be a good move for the Sultanate. So, hard to say.
I think they just look conflicted. Where it's like, it's... Again, the optimistic thing is, like, they very much want to believe that the city and the Phasia as, like, a whole, basically, would jump at the chance to assist Matla. But also, they've never really, like, directly had to interact with the Monetarists. Like, they've had to do some dealings just for, like, the relationships and whatnot. But they've seen how tired their father gets afterwards, after sub meetings, where it's just like you can tell like the spirit has been just destroyed after some.
God.
And that's what's really like stopping them. And honestly, I think without like putting into like roleplay words, they just basically say exactly that. Would they like to believe that they would? Absolutely. Do they think it's going to happen? Not immediately.
Yeah, that's honestly about what I would expect.
I wish I could tell you otherwise. And I wish I could show you that bit of faith. But I can't guarantee anything.
No, I appreciate an honest answer right now. Good. It's good to be optimistic. I try to be optimistic, but I also just... I'd rather be prepared.
I'll do everything in my power to... If it gets to that level, to try and talk my father into it immediately. The sooner he's made aware, the more time he has to bargain with the larger forces in the city.
If that's something you're willing to do.
I've never had to do it before, but for something like this, I'll do what needs to be done.
I think she just leans against you appreciatively.
That's not today, that's not tomorrow. For right now, we are just two people walking around, enjoying each other's company. I hope.
Always.
Wonderful.
As you continue wandering, I'm going to switch boards because I want to show it off.
Yes, please.
Aw.
Please, please,
You're
please,
sweet.
please.
The Fountain Garden.
Bring to board, bring to board, bring to board. Yes, yes.
Wow.
Oh, this is... Oh!
I will be so real. I'm actually really proud of this one because this is one I almost did completely from scratch, except for like
my goodness.
the one structure in the corner.
That is
The like notable
incredibly
choices.
Wow, wow,
Also.
wow, 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 wow.
I do like the structure in the corner though, because that is very
I love the ice that's, I think, supposed to be like fountains.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep.
Like
Fountain
little
streams.
jets. I love that.
And using the rain atmosphere sound effect to
make
give
it
off
sound
the
like-
fountain vibes is really good.
I love that.
Oh.
Oh, this is so cute. I'm turning up the volume a bit.
ASMR.
Rain sounds just makes me just so happy.
Oh. Something you maybe would have noticed about wandering the grounds is that there is often depicted in statues one or two specific figures, and these figures kind of keep reappearing, just like you probably saw them in Lover's Plaza, you probably see them here. It's always like this leaping feminine figure holding someone in armor of indeterminate gender, but like that is always the motif.
Do I need to roll for this?
Not necessarily. You could also just ask Pashmina about it if you really wanted to. I just thought something you would see with your eyeballs if you walked around at all.
Definitely curious.
I was about to say, if Zoran ever learned about Matla in a history class, this might actually be something Zoran knows.
That's true.
They have been tutored from a very young
So
age.
I think it would be fun to give
Absolutely.
Zoran a chance to roll history on
okay.
this.
Then I say go for it.
History?
Yeah.
Good, because I'm a proficient in that. Alright, princely tutoring, let's see what I got. Ooh, that's a 19 on the die, so that's gonna be a 25.
25. Pashmina, would you mind, or rather Hannah, but...
So, you would actually recognize these as... They're known by a few different names, and what's strange about them is that there's no, like, known religion around them. Like, they're not part of a pantheon. There's no gods associated with them. There's no temples associated with them. They are known either as, just, like, the lovers, or, like, the tragic lovers, or, like, just the pair. And another thing that you would know about them is that they are, while not a religious symbol, a symbol of the tragedy of the Deafening War. The massive loss, just the, like, a kind of remembrance thing is happening here.
Okay.
And this is kind of specific to Fandeel for some reason. It's not exactly clear why. Maybe a little bit has to do with, like, the mythos Fandeel has, specifically around, like, the war and what happened after, but no one else seems to partake in this tradition.
Okay. That probably will be, like, just the subtotal of their knowledge. Just,
More or
like,
less.
they're, like, they know the names.
There could also be
probably
things
about
that I'm forgetting that I
I
wrote
mean,
down
that-
that
I think that's an appropriate summarization of, like, Zoran perfectly recalling what was written in a paragraph of their history
Yeah.
book, you know?
Probably, like, 8 years ago, too.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's definitely not clear whether or not these are meant to represent specific people, or just...
Whether they're kind of representative of, like,
like,
citizens, the impact of war on families and lovers.
I think that they just kind of, like, after seeing it for, like, the third time since they've kind of walked around, they just kind of point at the statue. Because it, like, takes them a second to, like, go through the amount of knowledge in their head of just years of just nothing but tutoring. The lovers. Yes?
Oh, you know about them.
I know of them. I don't know a whole lot, unfortunately.
Oh, well, I mean, it's really not as though there's too much to know. They're a very common symbol in Fandeel. There's no... It's not exactly like the temple or anything, right? Where there's worshippers who have magical ability around them. There's... It's mostly just a way of honoring the past.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not a worshiping thing, it's just more of a remembrance?
That's how I would describe it, more or less. As far as I know, Fendil doesn't have any sort of official or predominant preferred worship, like Touch has Bahamut, Guard has Naya, but this is about as close as that gets.
Interesting. Honestly, more than anything, I'm just glad I remembered. Oh, Mother would be proud.
I'm rather impressed.
Thank you. It's... I've already said it, but you have a very lovely home.
It's... Everyone here takes a lot of pride in it, so... I think others would love to hear that.
I'll be sure to tell your parents.
Well, it's not just them, it's...
And anyone I come across, I suppose.
I have looking around, it's probably just like kind of a ghost town out here, like...
Oh yeah, anywhere where there is not like active work to be done, there is no one around.
Normally the gardens are very busy, but I guess with the festival so soon, everyone's completing their tasks.
Not very surprised at that. Trust me, I know all too well of preparations for large festivals and events and parties.
In a good way or a bad way?
Little bit of column A, little bit of column B.
Have a distinct flashback to Sabella event planning.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
God.
gonna say, the last one that they really did was, wedding plans, and it's just like, For the most part, fine, but chaotic is probably the best word for it.
Yeah. And I guess luckily this time you can just sit back and enjoy the final results.
I'm looking forward to it. I've never been to a festival quite like this. Or one we're going to attend. You understand what I mean.
I can't think of anything that's more important to Motlins throughout the year. It's kind of the culmination of everyone's efforts.
Is it the most popular?
Oh,
Or the biggest, I suppose?
it is certainly the only celebration as large as it is. That's for here at least. I can't think of any others that compare.
That's very fair.
The fact that it's relatively accessible by all the different areas, and it's a good time for both business and relaxation. Celebrating everyone's hard work. Appreciating all of our differences, but all the things that unite us.
we're very fortunate to have come to this area right as it was to begin. And I'm glad we do have at least some time to do things like this. Isn't always going to be so drab and despairing as some of our points have been. It's nice to have times like yesterday at the tavern's grand opening, days like today just wandering through, seeing sights like this and just like gestures out towards the fountain, which I think they haven't stopped looking at it since they got here. Almost distracts of everything going on.
Is it?
Welcome distractions, mind you.
Yeah. I think she has a look like she's still trying to, like, fight back this dread of what she's just learned, of just, like what Ophistine had said is so true now, because now that she knows it, she can't stop thinking about it. And it's just like...
But through all of this, I don't think I've said it, or at least I don't think I've said it recently. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you've stuck around, and I'm glad you've let me stick around. After Loka stayed behind at the tavern. And this stays here, this does not leave this area at all.
Does a little, like, zipper over her mouth, throws away the key.
God, I hate to say it, I missed him.
I did too.
I missed having him around. And through that time, it's made me think of what if none of you were around, and that hurt. It was a thought had and then quickly dismissed. I enjoyed all of your companies. Specifically, I enjoy your company. Quite a bit.
Gee. I'm glad. I'm glad that all of the stress and literal violence hasn't scared you off.
I did sign for an actual adventure. And that I did receive. But
I'm still receiving.
Bad jokes aside, it has been an unforgettable experience, and I'm so grateful that I get to experience it all, good and bad, at your side.
wouldn't have made it this far without you. Wouldn't have thought to have even tried coming back without you.
They just look really nervous. Like, they're honored, but they're like flustered, and they're just trying not to show it.
Well, I think I feel like that conversation actually kind of grounded her. She seems more present now. Just like I think she gives her on a tug and a kiss on the cheek and says, "Why don't we go meet back up with the others?"
That sounds wonderful.
And they smile, but they look like they wanted to say something more, but decided against it.
I think she's gonna hold that in her back pocket. If she notices that, if that's a thing.
I'm fine with you just
Okay.
noticing.
I think she's gonna hold on to that.
Fine with me. Just takes her hand and will walk her back.
Cut to some Loca shenanigans because
I was about to say, I think that's where I want to call it for tonight.
Okay.
That's fine.
As the evening kind of starts to set in on the Rosegrove estate. Yeah. Alright. Let's... Yeah, wrap up. Stars and Wishes!
Yeah.
We did crazy mode last time, so I guess we're gonna do reverse of crazy mode this time.
What is reverse of crazy?
Don't worry about it. Eli, Stars and Wishes!
Yeah.
Stars. Chill session. That was fine. I'm happy that we were despite its chill amount, I'm happy that we were able to get a good amount done. I'm happy that we were able to wrap in getting Loka back into the party, doing Legend Lore, prepping for the festival, doing the opening night, the Dragon's Horde, and coming to the Rosegrove estate all in one session. I'm happy we were able to move. I'm happy we are keeping up that momentum. I am now remembering the little jokes of World War Gaiul that I made when we were doing our session 0 or something like that, and I'm like,
It's happening. It's happening.
yeah. Yeah, but no, I like that. I like this development. I find it interesting. I like this big political play. It is very cool. And how this... And sorry if I kind of just went mute for a while because I was scrambling together Hassan letter because I was like, oh, I need to write Hassan letter now.
No worries.
No, it was fun. I goddamn love Pashmina's parents.
Aww.
It was an amazing freaking reunion. I really this whole sequence within the Rosegrove estate has been very, very good. I like being able to be the weird miscreant friends of Pashmina in front of their parents.
God.
No, this was a wonderful meeting, and it was great.
Aww.
Wishes. I'm excited for the festival. I'm hoping there are some like little festival games or something like that.
Oh boy, howdy.
And like
Who wants to
than
roll?
that,
Who wants to roll skill checks?
Yay!
skill checks and like mock competition. Like think of it as a national field day where
Kind of, yeah.
where everyone's in the red team, the green team, and the yellow team.
God, should we actually make a board for the pitch?
I would like to. Yes.
We should make a board for the pitch.
Who wants to play? There's a Botla specific sport called toss.
Toss. Oh God. You think if I cast what's it dancing object, anybody will notice that
Absolutely
Heisan is cheating
cheating.
by controlling the ball?
Absolutely cheating.
Yeah. You think anybody will notice though?
Ejected from the country.
Some arbiter going, no magic again.
Foul off the field.
Foul.
God, I can just imagine with a little
Red
rock,
flag.
thaumaturgy megaphone. Ooh, that's a red flag. Red team, Birdman.
Magic
Penalty.
detected on the field.
Players ejected on the field.
Ejected.
God.
15 feet penalty. Still first down.
God. It's just football.
It's the Thanksgiving Day game.
Oh my God. No.
God, there was nothing. I have terrible memories of being at family Thanksgiving and sitting on a couch like, I don't want to talk to anybody right now, but all that's on is football.
But God, is this the most boring shit in the world?
Yeah.
Hey, it's more fun if you're playing it.
Yeah. God, I'm excited for that. I'm also excited because Brodor was brought up, and I like the idea of my step people place because I like the idea of a step nation. And there's also more. I feel like we all, even though I'm just happy we have directions as well of what's happening around us. It was quick to happen. Yeah. Yep, and that's about it.
Hell yeah. Alright, Hannah. Stars and wishes.
Whoa.
It's reverse crazy mode.
This whole session. God damn, what a cute session. Love just the opening of the tavern. That felt like a really good. I know that we I don't think you had expected us to like spend so much time with it, but I'm glad we did.
Into it. It was a lot of fun.
This felt like a lot of long moments, like longer scenes, but we're still like pushing things forward, which feels nice. As soon as Wilmorn said Mimi, and everyone, like, you could just feel everyone's fucking, like, hearts, like, break/swell. Like,
Oh,
God.
It was adorable.
That was cute. Oh God. I appreciated that longer little scene at the end with Zeron. I have things, but I saw the time and I was like, okay, next time. Next time. we'll get to that. It'll happen. Man, good session. I thought that was just, it felt wholesome. What a wholesome session. Jesus Christ. Wishes. Excited to actually get to the festival. I think it'll be a fun time to do, like, more rolling. Definitely still always role-playing, always, but, like, having, like, things to do, like, fun things, yeah, we'll play fucking games, we'll do stuff. I imagine there will be a amount of, like, quiet investigation, just, like, talking to people, or, like, I don't know. I have a feeling that it's gonna be more than just us goofing off. And that.
Question is, like, how much? Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. I shouldn't have done that.
No, you're good.
Yep.
I guess we'll see. We'll see. We play to find out. See what happens. There's stuff going on. God, I want to talk to fucking Claude so fucking bad.
I just love his name. His name is Claude.
Claude.
I'm
actually, it's not completely reasonable to spend a bunch of time talking to every arbiter that I made, but I do hope they at least appear. That would make me happy. I love them. I enjoyed ideating all the arbiters. Another star. Thank you for highlighting all of the boards I worked on, even if it was just set dressing.
Wait, there's one more.
Oh, well, that one's for next session.
Next set. Are we? Wait, all right.
I mean,
we actually haven't seen a couple of them yet, so we got time.
Mm-hmm. Next session. Keep the magic. Everybody reacts so strongly to the boards. I've seen these boards for literally months. It makes me so happy when everyone has big reactions to the boards because I'm so used to seeing them. It's sweet.
Revealing the battle. You don't get that shit on like Roll20. You know, revealing the battle map and everyone goes, "Ooh, whoa!" Like that's such a fun part of this. I love whenever I make like a big battle map and I like show it to y'all and you're like, "Wow!"
I mean, I feel like sometimes you've shown us maps in the past and we were kind of amazed at just how like detailed.
I remember y'all reacted that way to like the when we did dynamic lighting in like the last couple dungeons of
that. Yeah, that was
Kyla. Y'all like that.
But yeah, it's like everyone's like oohs and ahs. Just man, what a warm feeling. God,
energizing.
Yeah. I tried my hardest on these. And did I say what my wishes? I just rambled. I'm sorry. It's just a good session. Excited for next session. Hope we get to do next session soon. That's my wish.
Always. All right, Matt. Stars and wishes.
Stars. I had a lot of fun this session. I was really happy to be back with Loka.
Miss Loka, that's another star.
I got to open up a tavern. I want to shout out Eli for a hot second with that Legend Lore opening.
Hey,
that like how to cast that spell was so good.
Very cool. Very cool.
I appreciate Eli describing Hason's magic. It's nice. It's a nice touch.
Yeah, it's really cool every time. I've not been sleeping very well, so I got very tired here at the end. But I don't remember a lot of what happened this session already because I want to be asleep. But I did really enjoy it until I started falling asleep. Wishes. I'm curious to see what this festival is going to be like. Oh, excuse me. I'm curious what the next threat is going to be. I'm curious what this referendum thing is. And there was one other thing too. I don't know. I'm just excited to like continue playing essentially. You know what I mean? I just want to see what happens and where we're going to go next. Awesome. Not necessarily outside of Matla, but just, you know, like what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
What's the next plot beat? So
hell yeah.
That's me.
All right. And Caroline, stars and wishes.
Okay. Stars. honestly, Legend Lore was really good because it's such
Really
a
cool.
good spell, and it is the perfect spell for Heisan. That spell was made for Heisan. And I'm so glad we got to use it. It is an expensive-ass spell, but damn does it pay off. Especially for, like, the question asked. That was a non-zero amount of things that we just learned. And useful. I can't wait for the negative repercussions for that. Because I do not believe that Emra doesn't know.
I will say, I specifically, when I was thinking of how Kei-san cast the spell, I was specifically thinking, how can I do this without lighting a fire?
Yeah. Very true. I still believe that Emra would have known. Because it's just because it is Emra.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see if A, they do know, which is probably yes, and B, what comes from that.
Yeah.
It's also, I guess the question is, did Heisan tell anyone, or are they just keeping this in the vault for now?
In the vault.
Totally valid. Totally valid, and I'm here for it. That was a huge Star. Star getting to see the tavern. Star getting to see Zerga. I'm so glad that Zerga's doing okay. I've been so worried.
Poor Zerga.
Auntie Zerga's okay. And Gwen's
love
doing
her
well
so
too. That makes me happy.
Cuties.
One's a nightmare right now.
I know, and I love it. I love it.
I can do magic now.
Magic.
They really like books. Love that. Stars, getting to, like, the Rose Grove estate. Seeing the maps phenomenally done just for the ones that we've seen. Amazing work, as always. They're just so much fun. I can't love Tailspire enough. Like, it's genuinely such a good program, because I get to see stuff like this, and I'm like, I'm just there. I can picture it perfectly.
Full
and I love
immersion.
That. Exactly, and I love it.
Really.
So good. Star, I love it every time there's just, like, the solo Pashminas are on moments. It makes my little brain just heat.
They like each other.
They like each other, point fingers together. The crushes are real.
It's cute.
It's very cute, and thank you for just indulging me on so many of those. And thank you to Natalie and Cole for just dealing with it for so long.
What do you mean dealing with it? This is what I'm here for. What is the goal of D&D is to flirt with your homies.
Honestly, so real.
What else is the point?
So real.
Look at all of our campaigns historically. What do you think I designed everything for?
Well, thank you for just being there. Appreciated. Well, love you all.
Whenever you think that you are taking up too much time, just imagine me with a giant bowl of popcorn behind the screen, just like, yes, good.
I will say, I'm so sorry. We'll probably start the next session a little bit similar to how this session ended, but we'll see.
I'm so ready for it, don't worry. I'm so here for it. Huh.
Maybe we'll get some hijinks in before that, but we'll see.
Huh.
We do love hijinks and tomfoolery.
You love it.
Alright.
Wishes. I can't wait for the festival. I can't wait for next session. I really hope it's soon.
Soon.
I want one hijink to happen.
One hijink.
Just a singular hijink to happen at the festival. That's all. Singular.
Just the one.
Such restraint.
No, not asking too much. Just
just one.
Noted.
All right. DM.
Me, Stars and Wishes. Yeah, Stars. Lots of fun role playing and stuff like that. I was really nervous about role playing, like Wilmore and Ophistine, and like there's a lot of like. It's a session where I have to prep very wide because there's like, all right, Hassan's got stuff going on over in his corner, and Loka's got stuff going on over back in Tanara, and Zoran's and Pashmina kind of have stuff going on together, and Pashmina's got a lot of stuff going on in the background with the setting. And I gotta learn about the remember things about the setting, and that's not always easy.
You're doing great.
And I'm glad that it went well, and everyone had fun as always. I'm always worried, and whenever I'm worried, it goes well, which I think is kind of funny.
I do deeply apologize for giving so many characters O names because that was a family tradition for a while.
Funny.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I had a ton of fun, and as glad as I am, as you are for people enjoying the boards, I am glad to have excuses to show them off because they rule. They're fun. Another start. Thanks for taking over some of that exposition too, Hannah. To being like, whenever people have questions and whatnot, you being able to like jump in and be like, here's the way that it is. If you have questions about it, because that like genuinely helped me not worry about it as much, which was really nice.
I wrote so much about this entire fucking country and also this family and this character, so no worries.
It's good stuff. Yeah, wishes wise, I'm also interested in hijinks and tomfoolery. Hijinks, tomfoolery, and disruption. Always a good time.
Shenanigans.
I'm excited to do that. I am excited to maintain momentum too. I feel like I've talked about this in like I don't remember. I've talked about this with multiple of you individually. But like, all right, so this is session 41 of the campaign, right? I feel like pacing wise, we're kind of on track to probably wrap this up around sessions like, I don't know, 50, 60?
It's so hard to say right now.
It is very difficult to have like an actually good estimate, but it feels to me that we are in like the third act of this campaign at least. Does that feel right to people? Do other people have a similar sense of that?
I do.
I don't feel like we're in the third act yet, but I know that once we resolve the stuff with the Talons and the monastery, that the arc will be over. Like I was thinking about that, I think last week or the week prior, where I was like, I wonder where the stopping point is going to be, and that was kind of the thought that I had. But I don't know if that's everybody else's thought too.
I kind of get that. I feel like halfway.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too.
I feel like we still have a few places to go. Like, as far as location-wise, all we really have left is Brodor, the Haraxan Coalition, and the monastery, as far as locations visited. And it feels like that's the kind of way this campaign is going. Visit locations, solve the problems in them.
I could not even begin to say.
Within that, how do people feel about that? Like, are we getting tired of this? Are we happy with the pace at which things are going? Are we looking for more time, less time? Like, just kind of a check-in as far as how do we feel about, like, the progression of of things.
I think the pace that it's proceeding at is just fine for me. I feel we're taking the time that we need, and if we need to... There are some things that can't quite be hurried, and I don't think we're hurrying too badly. As long as we, if I may say, try not to repeat having too many sessions of legwork like we did in Onaro, I think we'll be good.
Gotcha. Yeah, no one's
If
feeling
we-
like burnt out. No one's feeling like tired of this and just want to play a different game.
Oh no. Well, not me.
No, very much not.
I
mean-
feel like I've told you just on our own my feelings of like I would not want to like abandon or even like postpone or take a break from this. But I'm simmering on some campaigns and it's like I'm I don't know when we're going to get to them, and I think we've talked about the fact that it will probably have to be after this one.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure that there's no like scheduling conflicts, and so that you can also get to play and not have to worry about DMing and playing and blah, 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 blah.
What were you saying, Matt?
I'm not feeling tired, but I also do want to play other games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Solidly enjoying the time that we're spending in D&D, but also, Lancer.
Lancer. I know
Honestly,
everyone's
so real.
everyone's so ready for.
I am really excited to step away from D&D for a while again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll be refreshing.
Even for other fantasy settings, right? Like I'm actually like I'm excited for Morkborg. I am interested in running like more kind of frankly like traditional like 80s ass fantasy sword and sorcery bullshit. Just by virtue of this campaign, it got very political. It got very like
Yeah.
our version of 5e D&D political, which has been awesome and super fun. But boy, do I want high camp at some point again, you know? Anyway, cool. Glad to hear people are still down and into it and all of that. I will not hold you hostage any longer. Yeah, so thanks all for playing. And I'm looking forward to playing again soon. I'll throw scheduling up probably like Wednesday, Thursday. I have a lot going on this week.
This week's big.
So,
You're so fair.
but as always, if you want to chat about things, let me know. Not just this kind of things. I'm excited to play Lancer a lot as well. I've been thinking a lot about that, how I want to do that as a setting. Yeah.
If I could just say one more thing too, I would really like to play this new game that just came out recently, if you've heard of it, called Baldur's Gate 3.
Wild, yeah.
With my friends.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know there's 5 of us and only 4 slots, so I don't know how to do that equitably, and it upsets me. But
If it's any consolation, I'm just not in any hurry to play it.
And I definitely want to do like single player before I do multiplayer. But I would definitely. That sounds fun. I want to do that.
I would be interested if my computer can stand it.
I believe.
I am super down.
Alright. I'm gonna go play the funny farming MMO.
Have fun.
Until I fall asleep.
Love that for you.
Alright. Love y'all.
Night, all.
See ya.
Have a good night.